삼치면 어떠하리 광어면 어떠하리 삼치면 어떠하리 상어면 어떠하리 내 낚싯대를 물어주오 그때 마침 잠시 내게 형형 나 좀 데려가요
Oh hi.
Oh shit. Thank you for the puppy garbage.
Hello, bitches.
Oh my god, that's so loud. Oh my god, I made it worse. Good job, Melba. Thank you again, Garbage, for the subby. 13 months, damn, homie. Damn. Hi, Yaku. Oh my god. Hi, Cupcake. How's the Nyan Nyan still going? Holy shit, that's long. Oh my god.
Thanks again to @jargon1674 for my sub less than 3.
Less than 3. How's everybody doing? We're kind of sitting in silence at the moment because oh, the Genshin music just paused. Hi, Cupcake. Hello. I hope you guys had a good week. Sorry for just like disappearing and yeah. You can hear Genshin? Yeah, it should be. You should be able to hear it. It's just in like the loading screen. It's just it's loading. Don't hate my Nyan Nyan. It was you that got that stuck in my head. I might put a shorter one. I put blushy on my cheeks today as well because I thought that would give me a bit more life on my face. So now me and Nana got blushy cheeks. Ah! No! Why you throw at my face? I can't believe you done this. I like the sound effects. That and the head pats. The sound effects are very good. Yeah. Thank you. Metal health comes first. I agree, Cupcake. Do you listen to metal? It literally says health comes first. So that's why I'm getting something thrown at my face because I apologize for disappearing. I just feel bad because I was just like in a really, really bad place and I was like posting a lot of like depressy stuff on Instagram and I didn't want to. I want this to be mental health. Hi, Jargon. Yeah, so like I didn't want to be posting that kind of stuff. It just didn't feel right. Anyway, so I have done. I have. Hey! No! Uh-oh. Oh, my stream's broken. Thank you for the 10 gifted subbies, friend. Thank you. Oh, you got a game pass? Oh shit, I forgot about that. Ah, thank you, friend. Who did that go to? Twinkie Ninky, Kyle, Red Eye Jedi, Panic Attack Jack, Echo, Samwise, Rogue Kitten, Fia the Fairy, Galaxy Wolf, Trenium, and Mosin. I love seeing names that I know. Feels good, man. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the resubbies and for the gift subbies. Ah, Panda! Panda! Panic Attack Jack, I relate. Same. You listen to some wild metal, yeah? I'm gonna be honest, it's been a while since I listened to metal. I think, I guess I listen to, like, rap and hip-hop when I'm in the car with Ray. Otherwise, it's mostly BTS or game soundtracks. And by game soundtracks, I mean Genshin soundtrack. Because I don't think I've listened to another game soundtrack. Even when I'm playing other games, it's Genshin soundtrack. It's just good, man. It's just good. How can you not listen to it? Especially the Sumeru. The Sumeru soundtrack is like insane. And I don't know why, Cupcake, but I definitely got the vibe from you that you listen to metal. I don't know why. What do you mean, turn it on? I did turn... You fuck, it is on. What do you mean? I literally turned it on. Does it do that whether or not I have it on? I'm so confused. Ban a block. Delete. Remove the extension. It's the long hair. Oh, yeah, entirely possible. So I did play earlier. I've done my dailies. Nope. There's a new event as well, but I want to do the Archon. That's the wrong one. I've done most of my dailies. I just need to do resin spend. Cupcake gives me the vibe of that mom from Monsters Inc. that listens to... Cupcake's probably the dad. But wait, is there actually a mom that listens to metal? Wishes? Oh yeah, Wishes. Sorry if you're hearing weird mouth noises, I was just drinking something. So Ray got this, like... it's kind of like G Fuel type thing. There's this mom that drops off the kids and is like, I'm going to listen to my tunes, and then puts on death metal. Yeah, actually, because Cupcake's got that that golden retriever energy, if that makes sense. But yeah, listens to heavy metal, death metal. I don't know. They're all the same thing to me these days. Loud noises. All right, I was gonna whoosh. Let's go, Nana. Damn it, that would have been really cool if it was gold. That's fine. Your girlfriend's mom called you a Labrador? You see, it's that Labrador energy. Wah! We got a papa. I have no patience for the blues. I already had Razor. Benny Borkin, please. Whoa! Benny Borkin! Chipats! We got the boy. Whoa! I'll take that. Nice! Nice! First Benny! And first Favonius. Guys! Thank you, thank you! Level 3 hype train. Thank you, thank you. That's purple. That's not gold. Do I still get confused with the gold and purple? The gold has a ring around it. So I can't tell the difference. So if it's the purple one, it looks gold to me. But if it's the gold one, it definitely looks gold. Like, it's unmistakable. But the purple one, I can never tell. It isn't until the gold one explodes that I'm like, ah, yes, it's the gold one. No! I'm short for a temple. Shit. Benny Borkin! Choo choo, choo choo, motherfucker. Oh yeah, my game language is in English. Oh shit, C2 Razor. Fuck it, why not? Whoa! I keep forgetting about this. Yeah, this is my scuffed team currently. This is fine. Alright, so... I really want to do another 10 pull. What? I got blessings for Nana. Jargon said it's Nana time. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I forget. That takes so long if I do it that way. Thank you, Sky God. Please, Nana. Please let it be Nana. Ah! Ah! She came home so... She took so long, but she did come home. I don't know if that was winning a 50-50. Thank you, Sky God, for the blessings. Shit. Do I splurge the rest for her weapon here? Ah, thank you. You dare me. Fuck. Okay, I did set it to this already. Wait, did I have other gems on here, or I just didn't use a lot? I mean, I'm probably not gonna get it, to be fair, but... Why not? You can hear. Hi, Yoda. How are you? Also, no one answered me. Well, at least I don't think anyone answered me when I asked how was everyone's week. Oh, sorry, it's deathcore now. My bad. Oh, what the fuck? Do you know how long this took to get on my main account? Your week was pretty average, nothing special. It do be like that sometimes. Oh, that's purple. Put on your hearing aid. Watching this is PTSD tier. I'm sorry, garbage. Ooh. We are on NA, yes, Mao. The superior server. Oh, I almost clicked skip. I do that in Cookie Run. I'll skip in Cookie Run. Oh, wait, what was that? I didn't look. I was just... Skip meta. I was just clicking through... Ah, fucking flute! Never mind! That deserved to be skipped. I pretend I do not see it. I couldn't hear you over the sound of my ping. Yeah. Actually, Jargon, what is your ping to EU? Why? Again? Imagine your friend being mean to you. I can imagine that. Yes, this is NA. EU ping is 100. Your EU ping is still lower than... Oh my god. The audacity. Anyway, we got Nana, and that's all that really matters, to be honest.
I wasn't waiting for you.
Wait. English Diana is tsundere. Ah!
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Oh, sweet baby. Hi, Poppy. Hello, hello. This is a sneaky stream. I didn't really tell anyone about it. It's 150. Why is your EU ping still lower than mine? I hate it here. Week is okay. Snowed a lot. Almost slipped and fell. Oh my god. Classes start at 8 AM. It's dark outside. Next week is off. Because reading week. Gonna chill and sleep in a bit. Oh, nice! Like a vacay. Do you have to read during reading week? I must go do the test run so I can get the shit for her. I need to play on NA more. Look at that sweet baby. Alright. Why is the camera just getting closer and closer to her? Or is she moving back? Oh, she's moving backwards. I was like, what the? Why is the camera moving? We do have midterms after the week is over. Oh no, that's disgusting. I'm so sorry to hear that. So cute. Okay. Well. Oh, jeez. Cool. I had Primos in my mail. I'm so glad I saw that before. Okay, we're not playing on NA today, though. I'll, reserve Tater Tot for another day. Imagine being able to read. Yeah, can't relate. Cannot relate at all. Also... I forgot what I was gonna say. It's okay. It's lost to the abyss. But yeah, Panda, I hope you can get some good rest. Don't study too hard. Oh, Papa D. I keep missing your streams because I think you stream while I'm working. So I just haven't been able to watch any. Be cool if you could trade stuff between accounts, but it would become so toxic. You think so? Toxic in what way? I feel like maybe trading like spare 4 stars, but not 5 stars. I feel like, you know, unless you like link accounts, so like a family account or something, people would sell characters. Yeah, that's true actually. But then there's also those people who like to pay to win, so they would especially buy those characters. Does anyone want to do a couple boss fights? I was thinking of only doing 2. So we would do Signora and Raiden, because I don't want to fight the frog, and I'm gonna fight Redacted. 63 pity for Nahida. Should I wail? Yes. No question. No doubt. Not a single doubt in my mind. This is Nahida Nation. We huele for baby. You tell me you wouldn't wail for this? You wouldn't wail for Nahida? You wouldn't wail? For Nana? How cute is that? How could you not? Yoda wants to join? It's so expensive. Do you need to buy... Oh! Oh, wait. I was like, did I 100% a place in thingy already? Although this is on 98, so what the fuck? Anyway. Focus, 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 focus. Focus, focus. Fuck off, because you're stupid. Does anyone want to join? Jargon wants to join for bosses? Is she any good? She's really fun to play so far. I've seen people do some stupid damage with her. You'll probably find that maybe for single target she's maybe not as good. But honestly, we have so many single target characters already. Having a nice, like, Oh, she... Ah! She's so cute! Fuck. Everything about her is adorable. She's really cute. Her character story is amazing. She's just another one of those characters that ends up being, like, 10s across the board because her design is really good. Her kit is fun. She looks really cute. Her story was amazing. I haven't played it yet, but like just based on like all the people posting like spoilers and shit, and I'm like, nope, nope, no, 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 don't look. But everyone's losing their collective minds for Nahida. She's stupidly good? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I care most that a character's fun to play. That's why I play Yaimiko, Ayaka, and Ito.
This is no place to loaf around.
Pix! Why is your name Pix? Hi, Dream Powder! That VTuber is lit AF. Thank you! Thank you. I made her. There was an app. I'll tell you now. It's called VTuber Kits that I used to make her. Why is Jargon's name Pix? I don't know what I'm bringing here. I'm not gonna lie.
This is no place to loaf around.
I bring Yae here. Yae Miko. I can bring anything, to be honest. Should I bring Nana? My Nana's not very strong, but I'll bring her. Can do some silly shit. You crowned your Hutau's E? Nice! I don't know if I missed any other messages. I would come for bosses, but you wouldn't get the drops. Ah! Mao Mao, you gotta level up. Alright. We good? Hi, Hassan! GG's.
You're trembling.
Oh god, I
Is
keep
it the
forgetting my
cold
game is
or
in
just
English.
Cowardice.
Emerge. I'm always testable. Right here, right now. Emerge. I see everything.
She's so cute. Fuck. Oh my god.
Right here. Emerge. Right
The
now.
Tsaritsa's benevolence has no place for transgressors.
Oh, Jesus. Lord have mercy.
Emerge.
Why does the thing keep spawning here? Is it broken?
Right here. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Ha. Right now.
Thank God for me keeping me alive.
The Tsaritsa's benevolence has no
Woo! Good lord. I refuse to live up to all my characters are maxed out. No! Then you'll never...
Emerge. Right
You'll never level. Ow, you bitch! Suck a fart out of my ass, Senora.
Right here. Nothing lasts forever. Right now. Emerge. Right here.
Did she seriously teleport?
Emerge.
Nana!
Right now. Take flight.
Not every wound will
Right
heal.
here. Temple of Wisdom.
Embrace the searing reckoning.
Where's this hoe? Senora. You actual chocolate-covered fuck. I hate her. Look how big her... Nana's. Nana's burst covers the entire platform. That's amazing. Where's the floor not burning?
Right now. Right here. Right now.
Unbelievable. The audacity to hit my Nana.
In my dreams,
You gotta eat. Yeah. Go eat, go eat. Okay, we pretend we didn't see it. It's okay. Dream is online. Oh wait, what are you guys playing? Oh, Enjoy, enjoy. You need to finish Dying Lights. The first day I'm free from school, I'm too tired to grind Genshin. Oh, Sejo, sorry. You can kick back and relax with us if you want. You need Nana? I agree. You want to play League? Oh my goodness. No, thank you. Yeah, Nana said, this is mine now. This is my... Don't touch me on my studio. So my stats are not that great at the moment. So that's the stats on Nana. But she's using Widsith because she needed crit damage really badly. Because I use her with Yaya, right? And my Yaya's stats were also super fucked up. So I moved a lot of stuff around to do this. But now she's using Nana's weapon. And it's all kind of weird shit going on. But you know what? It's okay. Give her an EM. The thing is, like, her stats are cuck. So her crit damage is gonna tank into the ground. But she's got 500 EM. Oh wait, you can't see it.
Let's work through it together.
She's got 500 EM. It's okay. Like I said. You don't need crit stats? You don't? Hi, Epic! Epic? How bubble? Just pure EM? I did have... what was I gonna use on her? I don't really have. Get EM? Yeah? Over 1,000. Really? I thought it capped at 250 though. Like the percentage. The EM is higher than my bang. Alright, sorry guys, we're doing Bossu. My bad. Also, Jargon, why did you change your name? Who's Pixu? So what weapon do you guys recommend then for her? Weapon. Moose changed their name to Scaramouche. That's a really good name. Not Sack, right? Not Mappa. Mappa's got shit EM.
If you're not sure what to do
I don't really have...
respect must be given to the will of every
I don't have weapons.
Each fish in the ocean swims in its own direction.
Here comes Scara. Oh no. I don't have any. This is like the best one that I saw. Yeah. These are the only weapons that I have. I don't have anything else. I don't know if there's a craftable weapon that's better, but... Why is your raid song stuck in my head for 2 days straight? Sorry. It's just good, right? Thank you for the luckies, Hassan. Ah! Bubble! Hello. Prime?
Just pull for her weapon, easy Kappa.
Okay, you can just send me the crystals for it, then I'll pull for weapon. Thank you. You can just send me. That's fine. I'll pull for weapon if you send me. Mappa is fine, but EM ones can work too. Yeah? But I don't have EM ones! What do you want from me? I think, what are the homies bringing?
Respect must be given to the will of every creature.
Oh, I don't bring Yaya to this.
Each
What am I
fish in
doing?
the ocean swims in its own direction.
Wrong redhead. There we go. While you're giving out crystals, you know my UID. No, it's IUD. It's IUD. Eh? Excuse me. Excuse me. No. No, 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 no. Thank you. We will do weapon banner. It's not gonna happen though. You guys know I already got You guys know I already got Ito's weapon, so the game's like, okay, goodbye luck. That's it. You've had enough. Not me checking if it's you. Mao, don't you remember when I made that mistake the last time? Whoa! Hutao! What? Big slapper! What are we attacking? Ah! Big stu!
What a nuisance.
Did she just say what a nuisance?
From the land of eternity.
Why? Where am I? My character was just sliding. Like she was on a banana peel. I don't know what that was all about.
This world is eternal.
I don't know if you guys could see that, but yeah, that looked very strange. Yo! Hutao did such a big slapper! My god! Oh my god. Ah! Oh, what the fuck, man? We have Jargon's Kokomi that does big slapper, and then we have Yoda's Hutao is also doing big slapper. God damn, guys.
We can't run. The final calamity.
Yeah, boy! I almost jumped out of the fucking bubble. Yo! Hutao! Oh my god! Is that our new best? God damn. That was potentially the biggest slapper. I need to Oh, hello! I'll take. Why did I lock that? Another one? Wow. Imagine. Polearm impact. Ugh. Cool. Damn, G-Max! Damn, homie! Also, it's UID, because it's user ID, yeah? IUD is something, what is it called? There's a silly name for it, I just can't think of what it is now. Anyway, shall we get a weapon? Never. Never. Oh, wait. All right, I have a lot of crystals. I forgot about that. Oh Jesus, is that what it's called? You need Staff of Homeless? Yeah, oh imagine. That's not gold. This is a scam. Intrauterine device. God, I hate that. Oh! I'll take that, a rust. Yeah, Staff of Homeless. Because you have to make yourself homeless
Let's work through it
to get the weapon.
Two heads are better than one.
Ah! Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I think English Nahida is one of the first ones that I actually really like. Don't like that either. There's a man, I saw. Okay, I remember what it is. Okay, so UID. What the fuck? Why? For whom? For whom? Anyway, UID is user ID, right? I'm only pulling on weapon banner because I got gifted themes, Mao. So thank you. Thank you to the was it the Sky God? Did the Sky God bless me? Oh! Oh! What? The Baker! Best weapon in the game! Hi, Hiro! It's a weapon banner. Scam banner. No! Fuck! Ah! Oh no! Pain! Who even uses Thundering Bolt? What, Yoimiya? Yoda? Ah! I don't have Yoimiya! Can Tatalia use that bow? Yes, I need to get Yoimiya now. Thought he can use it? Wait, can he really? I was just memeing. Guys, I'm actually doing this to myself. Ow.
What they say is true.
No, that's not gold!
The world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful
I guess my toddy's getting a shiny new toy. Where's the new weapons though? Weren't we supposed to get new weapons? You gotta stop eventually. Can't stop, won't stop. Otherwise I'm gonna have to cry myself to sleep again. Does she? Oh my god. That's also not gold! Fuck! I hate it here. I can't believe you're actually pulling out Yoda, I can't either. Do you remember how proud I was of my 110 pull? For Ito? Oh! Actually, can I show you guys something? If the Sky God... No. Sky God has blessed. Sky God has already blessed. Can I show you guys something? I have a lot of these. I'm kind of gonna go ham for the weapon because I've already started and I can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop, like I just said. Yeah? Fuck. Wait, did it? Oh, I didn't. Sky God's blessings have run dry. Yes, no, that's purple! Fuck! You can't leave that at 1 out of 2. Oh my... Yeah, I have to make it 2 out of 2, right? Ooh! I'll take that. Control your ADHD and no! Silence, Mao. You're leaving? I am making questionable decisions here. I need your support, Yoda. You can't leave me. Don't leave me, friend. Come on, man. I need moral support, yeah? I cannot silence you? Actually, to be honest, I can, Mao. Coda Shop is the best thing ever. It's the worst thing ever for you.
Something on your mind again? Let's work through it.
Well and truly.
2 heads are better than 1.
Fucking flutes!
Spend all go fucking crazy ye re crazy Fridays. Let's go. Keep spending, yo ass.
Fucking two flutes! This is the worst weapon in the game! I'd rather get a pain slasher, to be honest. I will bother you always. We are family now. It is too late. Oh shit. Fuck. I'm glad that I didn't pull for Nilo, actually. What? Is he a weapon? Toma is a weapon? Weapon? Okay. Do I also... Is he C6? Is mine C6? Oh my god. Please. Onegaishimasu! Ah! Oh! Whoa! I wanna die! I wanna die! That's the wrong one. That is the wrong one. Mihoyo! I wanna die. Please. But I have to go now, right? That's how this works. I have to. Do I spend my Genesis crystals?
You have to see the world
I have
for yourself
17.
to appreciate how
You
beautiful
can
it
refine
is.
it. Shut up, Mal. Do I spend my Genesis crystals or do I buy these bitches? Never put on this banner. Don't I know it? Yoda, I've been telling people for years not to do it. Now I'm doing it. What a hypocrite. I am going to pull on the banner. I'm just trying to decide which wishes I want to use up. Maybe I'll buy some of these. D-Max doesn't know what he's talking about. Let me buy 30 here. Man, that felt weird spending that shit. Hey! Crocodile! Sky God, stop it. Yamete. But thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you said the Genesis crystals as I pulled it. You can't refund it, right? Be like, here, take it back. I said I wasn't gonna do this, man! How did this happen? It's for Baiju? Oh, is it? Okay, I'll keep it then. Oh my god, I said I wasn't gonna do this. Oh! My account's been tainted now forever. Cool, okay, so the rest is Baiju funds. Thank you. Thank you, thank
Something on your
you.
mind again?
She
Let's
deserves
work
her
on it
weapon.
together.
Oh my god, I can't wait to put it on her.
Fun.
Actually, I'm just gonna get C2. Nahida, quick. Be right back, guys. Tidy and Yoimiya. I don't have Yoimiya. I don't have her. But yeah, Tidy, he can use it. Shame, what are his stats looking like, actually? Okay, we didn't see that. What is this? Oh my god, it's crit damage! Wait. Oh, never mind. He's already got crit rate here. Ah. Oh, I mean, his crit rate 75%. He shouldn't need more. But this. Oh. Oh. Does normal attack count for... Hey! No! Who is this? The Sky God. Did your finger slip? Eh? That wasn't you? Hello? Own up? Who was that? My... Oh, wait, guys, I remember what I wanted to tell you earlier. Okay, UID is user ID, right? Unless one of my old transactions went through. Okay, well, thank you. Whoever that was, thank you. It's going into the Baiju fund, but in all honesty, it's going into the Dendro fund. That's what it's for. I can't believe I lost so abysmally. But I got it on the next 10 pulls, so we're gonna pretend it's okay, right? Okay, well, I guess Yaya can get her Woodsith back, and we also have like 20 Woodsiths now, so where is it?
If you're not sure what to
Wait,
do
which one?
next,
This is Woodsith, right?
how about I
Yeah,
take
yeah,
you
yeah.
on a walk?
We have like spares for days. Ah! I don't have any of the materials though because I don't I haven't done anything here on this account in Samara. I guess we'll see what I need and then I'll go farm it. But anyway, I need to sneeze. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I lost the button for my mute. I was not prepared. I'm so sorry. I just blasted everyone's ear holes. Oh. Thank you. Okay, what does this shit need? Oh, I don't have that. What day is it today? Oh, it's Friday! Boy! Let's go! Wait, I don't have any... Let me go make condensed resin. Where's her weapon? There we go! Ah! Also, my name's not Jesus. It's Tato. Mao. I don't know if you knew that. Thank you, friend. Also, Mao made a clip. What's this? Oh! I couldn't see the roll because as I did it, I got the
Something on your mind?
crystals.
Hey! Let's work through it together. Two heads are better than one.
Sky God, stop it. Yamete. But thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So like you can't actually like if you look closely you can see. Wait. Hey! There, you can see the glow. But all I could see was this, and I was like, fuck! Yeah, I couldn't see it was gold. My laugh brings you joy. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Alright, so... Wait. Focus. I need to do the Archon quest as well. I'm getting very sidetracked from the initial plan of today's stream. But yes, our sweet Nana has got her weapon. Oh my god. I wasn't gonna do this, man! Fucking... shrimp. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. This is resinless behavior. As a person who has some resin, this is resinless behavior. Yeah, fuck it. All in. Banana. I had 3? Yeah. I need to go get fucking crystal fire. I have like 20 again. I've already finished all my resin for the week anyway, though. What was I looking for again? Shit. Does anybody want to come for this domain? I don't think I've ever done it. I don't even know where it is. Oh, shit. I come to this one all the time, but I just use it as like a waypoint. Did you hit your head doing all the things you tell us not to do? Like what? Like what, Cupcake? Listen, I'm weak, okay? There's 2 characters in this game that I'm weak for. This is the first one, and this is the second one. I did not think I could be this weak for a character. Fuck. I was... Not only did I pull for her fucking... Not only did I pull for her weapon, I also built fucking... I was building pity on her banner, and I got another one of her. What the hell? A shirtless man and a child. She's not a... She's a baby! She's a itty bitty baby. Must protect baby. Right, we were doing this one, yeah? Nahida cosplay when? I really want to, Mao. Oh my god. The desire is unbelievable. Also, Jargon felt the need to point out that characters don't have nipples in this game. Who is shirtless? We can't see razors. Was it Goro? I know it was a dog. No, it's Sino. You can't... Sino doesn't have nipples. It was one of the dogs. Guys, I pulled out a fucking weapon banner. How embarrassing. Anyway. Sino has no nipples. If you cosplay and have nipples, you're wrong. You have to cover them. You literally have to... You know like how people will cover their eyebrows? Yeah. Make it for age, Mao. At this point, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to make Nobara for age. So I'm not stressing myself out. Like, I honestly have way too much stressing me out right now. So I'm just gonna probably just wear whatever cosplays I have in my cupboard. I don't want to stress about anything. So it's like a month away. I'm not putting myself under that stress again. Came in to hear nipples. I'm so sorry, Norman Reed. USBF. Or is it Norman Reedus? Norman Reedus. I can't read. Sorry. I'm gonna call you Norman though. Ah! No stress, only fun times. Exactly. So I'll make Nobara, but I'll make her when I feel like it. In any case, we were talking about nipples because Sino doesn't have. There's like... Hold on. Let him have his moment. Okay, you can especially see he has no nipples right now. However, when he stands still, you can see the pixel where his nipple should be, yeah? I can't zoom in anymore, but that's the pixel where his nipple should be. Norman Reedus, famous act. I'm sorry, I can't read! I can't read us! The name is... Forgive me. Anyway. No nipples. No nipple gang. You're not allowed to be here if you have nipples, just saying. Jargon, explain the name, please! You'd rather not. Oh god, okay. Cool. It's your original name? What? Did I just never see your original name? Or I just don't remember. Oh, I also made my my Kale and my Tenari builds like remarkably better somehow. Jargon, you can bring whatever the fuck you want, just saying. Whatever makes your heart sing. I'm bringing my fox. Is fox good? Man, Ray and I ate a bunch of snacks earlier. And now there's like something stuck in my throat and I'm just like, am I dying? The only problem is you're not fucking Binby anymore. You fucking pics. You're saving for Eula on your Asia account? Oh, best of luck! I actually don't even know what I'm saving for anymore. I don't know who's coming out when. Where's your Tinky? It's here, come get it.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Thank god these guys don't drop loot.
Right now. Right here. A sight to behold.
Ooh, yeah! Girly! Slay! Ah. Yeah, but he's only out like next year. That's fuck far away. But it's dark. Well. Sucks to be you then. No Tinky for you. I should get a transparent PNG of Nahida's weapon and just have it like floating next to my head. So rude. Nah, me? I could never be.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
I hear everything. Can't see.
Ooh! Kokomi-chan! Big slapper, always. Jargon has the audacity to say to me he hasn't changed anything on his characters, and yet his Kokomi is just doing so much damage lately. I mean, it's probably his kazoo as well, to be fair. His kazoo's really good. But his kokomi is slapping! You never think it's you for...
Excuse me.
Ah! Norman! Thank you for the follow. Is it cool if I call you Norman? We're gonna ignore the fact that I read your name wrong the first time.
Let's move out.
I know who the guy is now that I thought about it for a little bit. It's that guy from
Right now.
was it Death Stranding or that zombie thing?
One with the farce.
Okay, that name escapes me, but you know what I'm talking about.
Right here.
We're on the same page, I think.
Nothing lasts forever.
Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. I don't think it's my character's jargon because I didn't change anything. I mean, I changed them a little bit, but not enough. Walking Dead. Yeah. Death Stranding. Isn't that what it's called? Did I say it wrong? I always doubt myself. Why do I need so long to look at these things? I don't know how many you need to do, but I feel like I'm gonna need a fair amount for Nana, so I'm just gonna use all my Rezan for Le Nana. I only bought Death Stranding because he was in it. He's really good though, right?
Emerge.
He was one of the few characters that I actually liked in. I didn't watch a lot of The Walking Dead. But one of the characters that I really liked. Because, like, I don't know, I had, like, the wrong opinion of him in the beginning of the show. I was like, wow, what a piece of shit! But I think you're supposed to. I think that's how they wrote him. To be like, wow, you know, hate this character. And then you're like, whoa, but actually he's a nice character. You know? Whoop! This is fine. You're just along for the ride? Wait, like similar experience 4? Sorry, my brain's like buffering. You saw the message, mate. Sorry, if I'm not like reading out every message, I think yeah, could be a little confusion. I actually really like these two foxes together. I think they work pretty well. Oh, one day I'm gonna have a full fox team.
Right now. Emerge. Right here. A sight to behold. Right now.
Wow. Where's the exit? I'm lost. Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of The Walking Dead because I'm actually a big scary cat and I can't handle that kind of stuff. I'm gonna go make 2 condensed jargon if that's okay. You're on the last few episodes? Yeah, I have no idea what happens. Like, I think I watched like 1 or 2 seasons and then 1 or 2 seasons and then yeah, it just it makes me so stressed out watching that shit. I'm a big scary pants. I really want to continue playing what is it called? Poppy Playtime. Because I want to know what the DLC is about. I used to be scared of it, but once I hit season 4, it wasn't scary. I wonder if you get, like, used to it, like, desensitized. Whee! Oh my god! Wait, it uses the... it uses the fucking mushrooms. More drunk playthrough? I think it would have to be drunk. I think it would have to be... I have so many weapons now. Because I don't want that much. Oh my god. One streamer follows such a scaredy cat. She cried in Pirates. Wait, what? DLC puppy nap time. I wish. But there's like new characters in it, Smurf. I think I need to drink again for it. Of course it uses mushrooms. What else would it use, you know? Listen, using actual weapons for this is butt cancer. Who thought that was a good idea? Oh, thank God. My pain is over. Someone convinced me not to wail. I can't do that, Yoda. Ah, happy Friday to you as well, Smurf. Did you have a good day? Don't wail. Okay, Smurf says don't wail. Ooh, Scaramouche. Are you going for any other characters, Yoda? Do you have any plans? Okay, Jargon says wail. What to do? What to do? I like Dory's odds better. Oh, stingy. Are you holding out for Scara? Did I need? Oh fuck! Why did I only make? Oh, and I made one of these. Oh my god, I want to die. Okay, so I need to make 4 of the blue ones and one. This is the one purple thing I needed to make. My god, this is fine. Okay, so I needed one of these. Great day. Oh, fantastic. Sky Gods would help, but they did some really silly stuff, so they aren't called. What did you do? Did you get into trouble? It was 4 of these, right? I think. Ah! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. Hi, Novus. Ah, thank you for the follow, Tori. How was everybody? How was your stream? Novus, what were you playing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders, Nyx, and Tori. How you guys? Did you have a good stream? What were you up to? You play Warframe? Shit! I logged into Warframe recently and then basically immediately closed it. Because I was so overwhelmed by just the everything that was in the game. I was like, whew, never mind. You chose Genshin, I chose... I mean, listen, I have a fair amount of time in Genshin as well, in Warframe. But I definitely have way more hours in Guild Wars 2. But I feel like maybe Genshin has taken that spot now. I don't know. I wonder. How many of these did I need? I didn't look. I need... Oh, okay, I need a lot of these. I need to go fight these bad boys. I don't even know what drops these, to be honest. Is it the guys in the desert? Oh my god.
Sure what to do next.
Oh wait, I was making Jargon wait this whole time. Shit. Where's the... Is it this one? Sorry, friend. You abandoned Warframe for Genshin? That's not true. That's not true at all, because that implies that I was playing Warframe before I started playing Genshin. And I wasn't. I was playing World of Warcraft, actually. Fuck that piece of shit. If you ever want help from Warframe, just shout. Yeah. Always happy to help a homie. Chicken and polony. No, it's chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. But yeah, the last time I played, I was doing I need the what the fuck is that? The big robot. The big robot that the smaller robot goes into, yeah?
What else do I need?
You know what I mean, right? You got a poof because HCOM said no more games. Necromech, thank you. Yes, that one. Oh, sorry to hear that, Novus. Oh, man. Well, I hope your load shedding ends exactly when it's meant to, and or before. I hope it doesn't go for longer than it should go, is basically what I'm trying to say. But I'm saying it very badly. Optimus Prime! No, we were talking about Warframe. But you're basically a robot space ninja, but then you get a robot that your robot space ninja goes into. It's a little bit confusing, I'm not gonna lie. If you haven't played Warframe, or you don't know anything about Warframe, it's the storyline is something. it's like a good something. You see! Wow! The audacity, he's trying to say this is my character's doing this damage. I didn't do anything! That wasn't me! You get a mini Titanfall? Yeah, basically. But yeah, I haven't gotten that yet because I'm missing like 1 or 2 parts. It's your hyper blooms? Yeah? Prove it. Ooh, that's nice. I needed those. Got you on mobile. Don't waste your datas. Don't waste your datas, Novus. If you got the load sheddings, go make yourself tea quick. Go run. Go boil the kettle. Go get comfy. And yeah, don't waste your datas on me. But thank you again so much for the raid. Like I said, I hope your load shedding ends swiftly.
Right now, right here.
I hear everything.
He hears everything because he got them big old flop at ya.
Right now. I'm always watching. Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
You got a fiber router on a UPS? Ah! Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, we have an inverter, so I can watch people during load shedding. But then it's on mobile and the delay is insane. It's really hard to talk to people with the delay. There's a quicken buff in this domain as well. Ah! Okay. Very tasty snacks. Man, my nails were growing so slowly for a while and I was really sad about it. And then like in the last week, they've just grown really long.
Right now. Right here. Emerge.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Right here.
Wow, you see. See, nothing's dying when Binbi does an attack. That and I have no fucking energy. Is anything still alive? That guy. It's called... It's all the Aquazade? Wait, what? Oh, that's very nice. Your Kokumi gives you Dendro cores? Yeah, you see. It's Kokomi-chan. Let's do big slapper. Yeah. See, it's Kokomi-chan. Kokomi and Kazu make big slapper. She's just an enabler. Yeah, so are you. That's why you play Kokomi and Kazu, because they're both enablers. So yeah, it's pretty pretty on point. Okay, I need to go smack these guys now. I don't know if you need to smack those guys as well, but we can go smack them together if you want. I love that you're running around us, Tiona.
Excuse me.
Nick, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the posse. You're proud of the trash cats now. Let's see. Yay, my babies. I like how my Nahida's EM has just shot up already. And her weapon's not even maxed out yet. So that's cool. Enabling is so much fun. Yeah, I think Jargon would agree. Also, guys, if you needed any more proof that this girlie is a gamer, she's playing DDR, right? If you hold... Hold on. So my my VTuber mouth doesn't react to my face, my mouth opening. It reacts to sound. So while I'm coughing, I just see her mouth like opening and closing. I was like, girl, what is this? Absolute betrayal. Anyway, when you click and hold, I said before it was kind of like paint, but it's actually her mouse selecting. Let me see if I can show you guys. So there's a little cursor that drags from the bottom left to the top right. It's selecting the enemies. It's so cute. You enable so you can watch the chaos ensue. I mean, if you want to watch the world burn, then sure. Hi, Johnny. I hope you're doing well, friend. Shall we... Did he say he wants to... Pixu!
Something on your mind again? Let's work through it together. 2 heads are better than 1.
Nana! Sama! Wanna watch the world burn? Because you're an arsonist. Oh no! Not telling you where I live. Oh, guys. There's something stuck in my throat and it's making me... Oh wait, I forgot I need to fight... I need to do story. Someone said it took them 6 hours. I was like, no ways. No. I want easy enemies. Maybe I don't want easy? Is it elite? Yes, it would be elite, wouldn't it? Oh, you have your pre-pay.
Quick!
Is it working again? Oh, mushrooms are gonna grow on our heads, Jargon. We better go. Did they come out and check? Diane Hato! Hello. Good evening. Okay, this guy's not here. This was not the correct place to teleport, sorry. This is fine. This is A-okay. Whee! Pixu! Koko dayo. Oh, there's a chest. I'll take that. I probably put copium on her, to be fair. It's a very likely copium. No, okay, it was EM. We're good. I think, yeah, I went for as much EM as I could, but my stuff is like mostly garbage. I just went for the best possible stuff I could find. But yeah, I don't know how good attack is on her. Copium. They only fixed it after... Jeez, okay. Whoa, what are those? Wah! What are those? Wah!
Emerge.
Oh my god, what's happening here?
Hey.
Whoa! Nana! Nana do big booms! Was that the enemy we were supposed to fight and I was just standing around twiddling my thumbs? Let's say I want to start playing this game, but not very keen on the idea of spending money. How bad is the grind? You know what, Ryan Harto? It's actually... The grind is not so much a grind. If you're not, like, sitting there, like, being miserable about not getting characters, it's a very fucking fun game. When I first started this, I didn't spend a lot. In fact, I spent nothing when I started. Then, like, work started getting a little bit better, so I would get the battle pass, and then I started getting the Welkin Moon as well. And for the most part, that gets me by. Like, you can... I'll show you now, but you might have to skip characters. So, I'll show you my beginning, right? I tried my best to get these characters, but I didn't get them. Then I got this character. I had to skip this one. Well, I tried to roll on his banner, but I was poor, so it didn't work. Shut up, Zhongli! Anyway, I tried to get him and I didn't get him and I was sad. So then I saved up for 2 banners. That's why I don't have these 2. And then I got him and I was really happy. And then I skipped her, and him so that I could get her. But then I got her on a rerun. And then I skipped her to get her. And I don't know how I was lucky enough to get her because these ones were back to back. Oh no, I skipped her actually. I only got her recently. I skipped her because I wanted him. And then I skipped her because I wanted her. But I got lucky and I got him as well. And then I skipped her because I wanted him. And then I skipped this one and this one because I wanted this one. So like, you just have to be sensible. That's how it works, right? You be sensible. Don't be a whiny baby if you don't get the character.
How about I take you on a walk?
Fastest character rundown ever. Like, you have to pick. You can't have all of them. You gotta pick. You can see I'm missing a lot of characters. You gotta, and I buy Welkin, I buy Battle Pass. For the most part, I can get the characters that I want. There's characters I really want that I don't have. I don't have Kazuha yet because he keeps coming out at a bad time. And then I want Shenhe really badly. But again, she's getting a rerun in a couple months. So that's basically how I would explain Genshin, right? You have to decide where you're going to spend your primos. However, when you start the game, you are
What they say is
overwhelmed
true.
with content
You have to see
currently.
the world for yourself
You
to
start
appreciate how beautiful it
here.
is.
Right? You start here. There's these 4 little sections. You get Dragon Spine, then, I mean, for you, everything. You have everything currently, but when I started, it was these 4 areas, and then these 5 areas. These 5. Then we got Dragon Spine. Then we went to Inazuma. Then we came back to the chasm. Now we're here, and it keeps going, and it's gonna keep going that way and that way. I don't know where else. It's going this way, though, I think. But, like, you have so much. You can get so many primos from exploration. You see how I've 100%ed everywhere out of the older content? Everything's 100%. I've explored everywhere. I've opened most of the chests. How much is the battle pass? So the battle pass is... I get the $10 one. There's a $20 one, but I don't think it's worth it. I think if you're going to spend money in this game, the best things to buy, undeniably, is the Welcome Moon. This is number 1. If you have $5 to spend, I don't know what it is in Ront. I can check for you. So, Norman, because we're in South Africa, it would be priced a little bit differently for us. I think this is about 80 Rand, the Welkin. This is very worth it. This is like the best thing. Genshin is overwhelming for my AR-27 brain. Yeah. It's 80? Okay, yeah, I thought so. And then the other thing that's worth it. So Welkin, this is number... Sorry. This is number 1. If you want to spend anything in the game, this one. I would say, if you have a little more money, get the Battle Pass. If you have a little bit of money, like a little extra, and you want to get one of the weapons specifically on the Battle Pass, then get it. Where are the weapons? Here, okay. So two criteria there. If you have a little more and you want one of the weapons, then this is well worth it because you get a bunch of shit on it. It helps your account a lot because
Something on your mind again?
it gives you so much
Let's work
gold
through it
or
together.
more,
Two
but you
heads
also
are better
get
than one.
free fates. It gives you more of the fragile resin, and then at the end you get some primos as well. You get some like talent books as well, but honestly only those 2 criteria. If you have the money and you want a weapon on it, then I think it's well worth it. If, like, I'm lucky, I can get the Battle Pass and the Welcome Moon every month. So that's what I do. So I will spend $15 on this game, and then yeah, that does me pretty good. I'm also very good at saving and exploring and trying to do achievements and yeah. You have a chest over here? Wait, what? Just open? Is it open chest? You get lost on what to spend where. No, what do you mean? So yeah, I hope that helped, Ryan. I hope that helped. I hope it made sense. Hi, Chris. Hello, hello. So yeah, I think $15 is an okay amount to spend. But obviously, you know, it depends on your income. Don't overdo it. Like I said, if you have that 80 rand, then get the Welkin. If you need one of the weapons, I would always say check first. Is there seriously just a chest sitting here? What the fuck? How did I walk away from a chest? What is this? What? What? It's just sitting here? How did you find this?
I wonder who this gift could be from.
I wonder who this gift could be from. I'm well confused. Thank you. How did you find that? You jumped off the cliff? Oh, really? If you buy the battle pass, does it backdate? Yeah. So it's not based on your levels, but it's...
Imagine for a moment.
Close your eyes and think about it. So yes, if you are here, if you are at level 12, sorry, I thought you meant like account level 12. No, so if you're level 8 on the BP, it unlocks everything. So it unlocks until the point where you are. If you do your dailies every day, I don't know how difficult it is in the beginning. I would say if you play during this period, so it's currently got 30 days left on it, it normally has 40. But if you start the game and you're not sure if you'll finish the battle pass, finish it first. Make that your goal, to finish it first, then unlock it. Because at any point during this time, you can unlock it. You can unlock it on the last day and you'll get everything on the bottom row. Is there a pity pool system? Yes, yes, yes. Shall I explain the pity pool system? Is there anyone else who doesn't know, doesn't understand? I'm going to explain it to you. It is a little bit confusing, so buckle in, guys. All right, so basically, you have, when you start the game, you have a few banners, right? So you'll have a beginner banner, which helps you to get some characters. Then there's the standard banner. I never want to hear that you spend your primos on this banner, okay? No primos here. Only this one. You get the blue one? You can use it here. Yeah? Weapon banner? While I fully believe it is a scam, I did pull on it tonight, so I'm not allowed to say that anymore. However, it is a scam. Basically, how the pity works in this game is, if we go to the character banner... 70k. Okay. Ryan, I don't think it's quite in the same... Oh my goodness, these characters are so loud. I don't think it's quite as bad as Diablo Immortal. I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, so back to the pity system. So, the banner character here is Nahida, yeah? Right? If you roll on this banner, the highest that it can take you, and it will almost never be that, but the absolute maximum to get a 5-star, not necessarily Nahida, but a 5-star, is 90 pulls, yeah? If you don't get Nahida, the next 5-star you get is guaranteed. This carries over to the next banner. So if I roll on Nahida's banner and I get an off-banner character, I'll introduce you to the off-banners in a moment. If I get an off-banner character and I don't get Nahida and I stop, and then on the next banner, on the next one, whatever comes next, I actually don't know who's next. Whoever is next, if I roll on their banner, I'm guaranteed for that character. Float summoning? Okay, so you know, okay, cool. So yeah, hard pity is 90. Hard pity for the banner character is 180. Alright, obviously depends on if you've rolled before or not. There is no pity for the 4 stars. Get fucked if you want a specific one, because it's random bullshit go. Anyway, and then weapon banner is slightly different. So weapon banner, this is why I say it's a scam. You set a path. You pick the weapon that you want. So if I cancel course, because I had no thingies, you can get either one of these, because these are the banner ones, yeah? If you set the course for this one, and you don't get it twice,
you can make an attractive
the third attempt, so your pity is 240. 240 to be guaranteed a weapon. But you have to set the path. If you don't set the path, then fuck you, right? So the weapon banner is kind of scammer, and I wouldn't say like as a new player, I wouldn't recommend it. I would say as a new player, get as many characters as you can, get as much variety in your team as possible. Diablo Immoral is on another level. Definitely. Dailuk or Chichi wanting to mess your whole life up. It's true, Sejo. I'm sorry. I think there's... So there is pity, Mao. There is pity in that every 10 pull that you do, you will get a 4-star. Whether it is a character or weapon, you will get a 4-star. However, it's not for a character, right? There is pity only for 5 stars. In that you can guarantee a 5-star. You can never guarantee a 4-star. You will get a 4-star, but you can get a character, you can get a weapon, you can get a character that's not even a boosted rate. You could get fucking Yan Fei on this banner, and the game would be like, haha, fuck you. That's what I mean. You cannot guarantee these characters. You cannot go into a banner saying, ah yes, I'm gonna C6 my Noel. Because you can't. You can't guarantee that. Tato explaining the weapon banner with so much rage. Sejo, it's a scam! I know I rolled on it tonight, but it's a scam! As a person who has watched many friends get upset about the not getting the things that they want. Okay, well now I understand why I got all of these weapons tonight, because they're the rate ups. But anyway, weapon banner, especially for new players, it's terrible. Guys, until tonight, I had exactly one weapon from the weapon banner, and it was Ito's weapon. And then I went and ruined everything because I'm impulsive for Nana. Anyway, sorry, Jargon. I'm sitting here ranting about the weapon banner. Getting copies of a character you have. Yeah. So.
I see everything.
Ooh! Woo! God damn! My Nana just getting exploded over there. So yes, when you... Sorry, I forgot to explain that, Ryan. When you get duplicates, it makes your character stronger. And obviously 5 stars, they're pretty fucking pogies. Another nice thing about Genshin is it doesn't feel like there's that much of a power creep. Like, if I go back...
I'm not sure what to do next. How about
and I look down here. So, Zhongli is one of the best support characters. He... Shut up! He... He's annoying in English. He's a really good shielder. He's in my Geo team. He's the second banner character that I got. I think I might have got him after Zhao, but in any case, he's still used. He does talk a lot. Grandpa's got a lot to say, hey? All of these characters, even though they're, like, this is the order that the characters came out, they're at the beginning. These characters are all still used, right? He's the main villain in Persona 5. Oh, really? Oh, no. Hu Tao, she was also a really early character. She's still one of the best pyro characters in the game. She's amazing. I haven't played with her yet, but she's amazing. She's really fucking good. So it doesn't feel like there's power creep. So far, somehow MiHoYo just keeps adding to the game. They add new playstyles. They add new combos. They just keep adding more. They keep making the game more fun to play. I have had so much fun with a lot of the more recent characters. So what I call my mains would be Ayaka, Ito, and Yaimiko. And I'm slowly becoming Dendro Nation because I really enjoy the Dendro characters. Even the 4-star Kole, I really like her. Everyone keeps talking about Ganyu. Is she legit good or is it just horny people? It's definitely both. Like Jargon said, it's definitely both. It's the same with Yelan as well. I mean, she's a really good character. She's really good. But also, armpit meta. Because she has a pose where her armpit is exposed. So, she also stretches, I think, and shows off her armpits. So, it's silly. Armpit queen. She is the armpit queen, though, of Genshin. No one can compare. We got Booba Sword, we got Armpit Queen, we got Tiggle Biddies. My favorite Tiggle Biddies is the ones that are hidden. This one and Sarah. Hidden Hidden tickle biddies, my favorite. Anyway, so yeah. It's a fun game. It continues to be fun. They keep on adding more stuff. People complain all the time about Genshin, but honestly, all I want to do is tell those people to shut the fuck up because it's a really good game. It sparks joy, and it's a lot of fun. Poor Jargon just wants to kill things. Is it just the one guy? Your friends aren't joining? Cool. Well, I didn't even get to hit it. Where did you go? You bastard. Die. Oh, Nana. She's so cute. Anyway, yeah. Sarah, OG hidden blooper. She is. You're Yellen and Sino, level 50 and 40. What AR are you, Norman? Norman. There's co-op. There is. So you can do open world. Oh, neat. You can do open world stuff together to a certain degree. There's also like boss fights. So I help my friends, or rather my friends help me every week to fight the bosses, like the big bosses. And there's basically what we call dungeons, which is like gear farming or material farming, whatever the case may be. Why am I running with the character that's got the teeniest, tiniest legs? Fuck. Anyway, 56 on EU. Ah. Oh yeah, because you said you also had an Asia account, right? Bunk.
Emerge.
So yeah, I know some people complained about the amount of co-op, but honestly, I don't do a lot of co-op. Like I said, I'll do stuff with my friends, and I offer to help people. Like I have a point redeem to do. Like, oh, there's a thingy here. A point redeem to help people with bosses if they need it. Simply because I have strong characters and I can help people. So like I want to.
Here, let's move out. A sight to behold.
You have all servers, Norman? Oh my goodness.
Here.
I can't. Yay, friendship points. Is this the next one? Yeah. But yeah, Ryan, if I don't successfully sell you on this game, then I'm not gonna stop. The story, the characters, the music, and honestly, the music in this region here is some of the best. There's also like skins, but the skins I don't know. The feature's there, but it's just not prominent enough for me. So like I don't pay too much attention to it. I can show you the skins. They're kind of slowly over time adding in stuff, but I don't think this is really. I mean, there's a lot of free ones. So like the ones that I own, besides this one, the other ones that I own, these were all free from events. So we've had 3 free event skins, and there's only been 1 that I bought for my boy. Sorry for taking game time. No. I'm very happy. Thank you. I'm very happy to convert people to Church of Genshin because this game is amazing. I think the devs work really hard, and I think they've got a really cool story going. And yeah, I'd love to see more people play. So if I can convince you, hey, if I can convince you, if we can get more friends to play, why not? What? Tanari Big Slapper! Yo, what are your stats, dude? Tai Big Slapper. Oh, wait, it's up there. Jargon's gonna fight with me. It's amazing listening because everybody I talk to say, I don't know if I want to spend money, I should stay away. You're the only person who's tried to sell. Yeah, I mean, look, if you have self-control, do it. I have self-control for the most part. I've had 2 characters I was weak for, but it's within my means. That, and I also have a very nice friend who tries to help me get things. So, yeah. But
Right here.
saving,
Right now.
if you're good at saving, do it. If you can stop yourself, if you can be like, okay, wait, I don't have money for whatever this priority is in my life. Tai stats are copium? Same! My stats are copium too. We're just copium buddies over here. This is copium nation. Self-control, what's that? Can I eat it? Don't know her. But yeah, I was able to get most of my characters on my own. Just with sheer determination. Can I be like a full team of support? I mean, you can. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Wah! Copium Tai Tai. Best boy. You can play whatever you want. I think one of the biggest appeals to me in this game, and I'll go through some of the characters for you as well, is the whole, you know, like, you've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? The one of the biggest draws for me in this game is the fucking elemental reactions, yeah? I think it's the fucking titties. I think it's amazing. I love it. Took me a little while to get used to in the beginning, but holy fuck, I love it. I'll show you some of the characters now, and I'll explain some of the elements as well. Because, look at this. This is the character that just came out. She makes this giant fucking house, and it's her house. Anyway, titties! Hi, Six. Is that going to be your greeting now? I started reading Joggin's message. Nice house. Nice house, nerd. Is it faster to TP there, I wonder? Oh, wait, there's... Zoop! How you doing, Six? You been drawing some more booba? But yeah, so there's 7 elements in this game, right? There's fire, water, ice, electric, air, geo, which is like earth, and then the new one that they added is dendro. I don't know if I've missed one. Maybe not, but also maybe.
Right here.
And yeah, the way that they interact with each other is quite interesting. So the air one, Animo, like this bad boy over here, he can swirl, so he can pick up other damage types. So he can pick up cryo, pyro, electro, hydro, and he can make like all of the Animo characters can do that. Whatever their ability is, they can essentially pick up another element that's on the field, and then they can make it do stuff, right? Oh my god, that's a terrible place to go. Sorry. And that's how the Animo interacts with the other elements. Then you get Geo, which essentially doesn't... Oh, Scarab. Don't mind if I do. That doesn't interact with anything else, but it does give you shields. And let me show you... can I show you my... Oh, I think I can't, because I'm in co-op. But I have a Geo team. Geo doesn't interact with the other elements, but it can give you shields. Oh, it's just scorpions. So it can give you shields to protect you against that damage. So Geo's kind of a nice typing to play when you're not too sure. Like, a lot of the mechanical beasts, like, I don't really know what they're gonna do to me. So if you just go in with your Geo team, you'll be tonky as hell, and you can just big slapper, you know, just swang your giant wang around and break things. And that's how I play Geo. You're doing well, Six. Always drawing the boobies. Nice. When I'm back on Twitter, I'll have to catch up with the booba. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. I mean, it's entirely possible if you consider Bubble, because if I'm not mistaken, Fire Nation's right next to Sumeru. Wagwan? What's Wagwan? What's a high despair? What's cracking, homie? What's a Wagwan?
Right now. Right here.
Konbanwa!
I see everything.
Boop!
The Temple of Wisdom.
Ow! You busted!
Everyone hold hands.
Oh. Imagine if she had good stats. Oh, I've had terrible luck with that domain. You've never heard? No, I haven't. You're nearly 45 on Asia? Damn! There's more boys this way. Apparently. My eyes no work? Was that a chest? That is a chest. Is there no boy here? Is he like a patrolly boy? Oh, there's a thing over here. Please no invisible walls! Fuck. I want to die. Okay, never mind. I've never heard that despair. Are you just, maybe you're just not feeling well. How are you doing, though? Did you end up asking that girl out, by the way? Where's Tai Tai gone? I'm gonna stop attacking. Okay, I think he got a hit in. I don't know if it works quite like other games where you have to get a hit in, but yeah. What else was I saying? So all of the other, you know what? The elemental reactions in this game are fucking the titties. They're pretty fucking cool. It's very interesting. Oh,
Wagwan, a Jamaican slang for what's up / how are you?
oh! Am I even saying it correctly? I don't know. I've never seen that word before. Oh, hello. It's for me.
There's no end
Right
to
here.
this.
Right now. Make yourselves at home.
Oops.
Everyone hold hands.
Tai Tai killed everything.
The wrong test subject.
I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were talking about, man. Sorry for making you feel like you've gone crazy.
Curiosity
Oh yeah, she makes flowers in here when she walks as well, which is fucking cute. Ah, my heart. Ah. In Genshin case, it's Cryo Fatty. Oh yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy, Galaxy Wolf. Literally the bane of my existence. I've been enraged in the fucking abyss because of that asshole. You did not? Okay, that's fine. You know why? Because you can do it next time. It's okay. It's okay, Despair. There's always going to be a next time. It's not the end, right? Oh, man. Why is Brian so fast at reading? TTS just goes brrr. It does go a bit brrr, hey? I don't know why. He's in a bit of a hurry, you know? You only... Oh, what the fuck? There was an egg in there? You only gave him 500 points, okay? So he wants to just get it over and done with. He's like, oh man, not this guy again. Fucking text-to-speech bullshit. Oh! She's so cute! Bring your weapon out, girly. Ah! Oh, this sparks all of the joy. Anyway, I tried to find a PNG of Nana, but like I couldn't find a nice one, which is why I'm using my emote. You'll check it out. Hopefully the game doesn't take 12 days. Oh no! I mean, the game is a little bit bigger. What's Jargon slapping over there? I'm just getting like tons of energy orbs. What's happening here?
Keep up.
Was Jargon just destroying the local populace here? These nuts! Henna berries. I wonder why they changed the name. Jargon mentioned that to me the other day. Chesto! Thank you. Beep, 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 beep. Also, Ryan, if you have any questions, like, just shout. My brain is disjointed on a good day. So, like, if I don't answer a question or if I get sidetracked and answer it completely not the direction you were hoping for, just, like, say. Because, yeah. Sometimes 2 + 2 is not 4 in my brain. Sometimes it's 20. I don't spam you, Brian. Don't be a sassy minx. How do I get more points? Just be here. Just be here, Cupcake. As far as I know. I mean, there's other ways as well, but that involves like spending money. So I'm not even gonna suggest that. But that is another way. I keep forgetting to take pictures of these ding dongs first. Oh my god. Oh, I need to get better stats on her. My god. She's ridiculous, this girlie. Get a little flower feeties. And she also, the little kitties run around like an airplane. So if that's not enough to convince you to play this game, if you don't want to be a teeny tiny little airplane cheap, then yeah. I don't know how else to convince you to play Genshin. But I am here. Raffles. Oh yeah, you want to do raffle? Wait, I have a button for that. Boop. Go, go, go. Oh, there's a chest. Oh my god, how did I not see?
Find anything you like?
How do I finish anything in this game? Ah, this is fine. This is a-okay. I don't know if I'm gonna get to doing the fucking Archon quest today. Plane running. The progenitor to Naruto running. Look at this. Is this not the cutest shit you've ever seen? And also when they... Oh, there's a thing here. Oh! Oh, I don't think I can get it because I need to solve the puzzle. That's okay. This is Later's problem. Where are we going? I wonder if it's faster. I guess I'll just run. Same, but different, you know? Are we gonna get some invisible walls? Oh my god, there's another one here. Oh my god. Oh, it's this one. I know this one. I don't know how to solve this yet, so it's fine. I'll come back for it. The raffle was rigged from the start. Wait, who won? Cupcake won? Okay, let's do another one. Oh, Jargon did it. I have a button on my stream deck, so I can just boop it. But yeah, there's also just exclamation raffle. I think the one that I did was S raffle, which is for a single winner. But if I do raffle, that's the big one. You can get 5,000 points, but if lots of people win, then it gets split over all those people. So we'll wait until a cupcake. Cupcake. Actual fucking hacks, mate. I don't know how you did that. You're gonna head off. Sleepy Sniffy needs his rest. Oh no! Feel better soon, Ryan. Feel better soon. And I hope when you're feeling better, you'll give Genshin a chance. But just take care of yourself. Get the rest. Whoa. Jargon's fighting a different boy. Will we both get the drops if we fight different ones? Ah, nice. I wasn't sure. Did you get drops for this boy? Okay, I think he did. Because he ran here, so... Oh my god, Cupcake! What the fuck? You got actual hacks, mates. This is insane. Despair, don't give up. Don't give up. It's okay. Also, Jargon not having like 1,000,000 points is still entering the raffle anyway. I'm sorry, man. Oh, he is here. Okay. Well, close enough that it counts.
I hear everything. One with the farm.
Wow! Tai. Big slapper, man. Cool. Well, I've run out. I don't know if you... Do you need to farm more Jargon? I don't know. I don't actually know what needs those materials. So I don't know how many I actually needed. Oh, it was a weapon. Oh! Oh! Cock block! Oh, there's a chest over there. You just chilling. You just vibing. It's... Your work time's basically over now, right? Oh! There's an easy one! Ooh! You didn't work today? Wait, what day is it today? It's Friday, right? You didn't work today? Important question, did you play the web event and get Nahida? Actually, that reminds me. There's another web event that Jargon posted on the Discord yesterday. I think. I just realized I was wearing one of my Bluetooth earphones. And I don't know why. Did I have music playing? And I just didn't notice? I'm so confused. Oh, that was so confusing. Anyway, let me try and find it. Oh, it's the Hilly Troll Treasure Trove one. If you have the app, I'll post it in the chat now. Oh, geez, that's a very long, ugly link.
If you're
Goddamn.
not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
Am I just broadcasting my whole Discord? That's fine. There's stuff that you can do. Hey Yoda! Let's pop another raffle on. So yeah, if you go do stuff, view 2 game guides. Okay, I did that, yeah. So yeah, you can get keys. I did, instead of buying the primos, I did one of these yesterday, and I got a profile. I don't know if you have to open them, but I did that yesterday. And then this is fan art, but no one's posting actual fan art. They're just spamming. Yeah, so you can. Oh, that's very pretty, actually. Also, yes, I did do the thing for Nahida. Also, do your check-ins as well. Where? Oh, I was like, no. I've definitely logged in for more than that. I use the app, but you can also use the website. I don't know. Is there a way to share? Make like so? Wow, why is it so long, sis?
Yeah, publishing.
I want the thing for the daily check-in. I don't know if that's the right link. I hope so. But anyway, do your logins. You always forget to log in? Same, Yoda. But I have the app, which reminds me. It's just like, it reminds me at 10:30 at night. It's like, hey, you didn't log in today. I'm like, bitch! It's already logged me in for the following day. Because look, it's a time traveler. It goes forward the wrong way. Anyway. So yeah, you just come here, you look at the art, you look at the builds, or whatever. This is a build. It just says banana. Thanks, guy. What did I say? Anyway, then you get the keys. And you can do that every day. For a whole month.
It's true. You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is.
But yes, so yesterday I got, I want this. Because I'm just like, I could get all these other things as well, but I want the primos. So I could save up. But that's 100 for 60. The link worked? Okay, perfect.
If you're not sure what to
Yeah,
do
so
next,
I did this.
how about I take you on a walk?
And I wanted to show you guys. I got this. But I got the permanent one. So I got the best one. Affection scares you? Do you think asking someone out would be the best idea then? Is this on HoYoLab? Yeah, it's on HoYoLab. Did you see, I posted 2 links, Yoda. The first link was for the event. The second link was for the daily check-in, daily login thing. Sorry, Nana! Who is it, double Nana? Everything scares you? Oh no, fuck, is this a puzzle? Okay, well, fuck that shit, you know? That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, maybe it's up here? Puzzle's up here? Okay, this looks like another day's problem. Hello, birdie!
Everyone hold hands.
Ow! Stinky bird. Hehe. I just wanted to come get this. Don't mind me. That bird was foul. It was a bit of an arsehole, wasn't it? Ah, there's a boy over here as well. Okay, wait, we're not solving puzzles now. We are leveling Nana's weapon. That's what we came here for. Let me see if I can... Jargon, can we raid your world, maybe? For those boys? If... Rub butts? Wait, what? Pardon? I don't know if I want to know what it means to rub butts with someone. I don't know what it means. I don't know if I want to know what it means. I need 5 and 4. Oh god, I hate that. 5 and 4. 5 and 4. 5 and 4. 5 and 4. Technically 4 and 5. 4 and 5. 4. And 5. No! Curses. Shh, shut up, Cupcake. Where? 2, 5, 1, 8, 8? No, 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 no. You could always buy from some. Ah! I wanna die! Wait, what is that? What is this? Huh? Why is this visible? I'm not on Discord. Huh? What? I'm so confused. I just looked over and the Discord reactive thing was like visible. That was so weird. Yeah, what if she says yes? Then you have to think about what you're gonna do if she says yes. So, sorry. Look how much of this shit I have. I have so much of this because I farmed it all for Nana. I did not take into account her weapon, however. So, that's something I didn't plan for. Alright, so I need 27 of these. And 6 of these with the gold one. Let's see how many I can make. You're not prepared for a date? What preparation do you need for a date? As a person who doesn't remember the last time they went on a date. What do you need to do to be ready for a date? Don't scare them. No, I'm asking. I don't know myself. That'd be nice. I don't know. I'm not trying to scare anyone. I just don't know myself. What's a date? It is the 4th of November. Yoda. Oh, Jargon says it's a fruit. Oh, fuck. I didn't scare you out of anything. I didn't scare you out of anything. I personally don't know. Ray needs to take you out on a date. Yeah, we've spoken about doing some stuff again. Now that things are a little bit better with COVID. Jargon, are we gonna go? Oh, he's already left. Oh my god. Imagine being so fucking slow. Also, do your check-ins, guys. Wow. 5k Mora? Can I... Oh wait, I have to leave first, don't I? Ugh. Go to single player first. Listen, I'm not one to talk about dates simply because I haven't been on a lot of dates. I haven't had a lot of boyfriends, and because of COVID, Ray and I haven't really gone out in a long time, so... What? Cool, I clicked on the wrong thing there. I was like, who are these people? Also, yes, the dry fruit thing, very fucking tasty. Pikachu! Ikimashou. You haven't had a lot of girlfriends? But you went on many dates? Yeah? Am I just weird then? Because I didn't go on a lot of dates. Yeah. The itty bitty. And the mommy. You gotta go. Despair will see you. Take care of yourself, homie. And believe in yourself. We believe in you. Now you gotta believe in yourself, yeah? Keep it really real. I don't understand. I looked at the fan art. You didn't get keys. Did you actually opened, like you have to open 2 pages. Also, Jargon, you have to do the tracking thing because I I don't think I can. So I'll just be following you, I think. Wait, are you here? Oh, he's right behind me. Fuck.
Right now.
He gave me the big old spookies there.
Sharing my knowledge.
Is he attacking? Was he? Ah, no, he's AFK! Pikachu! Ah! I hope he got loot. Did you get loot? Sorry. Oh, it works? Okay. Ah, I thought you had to hit it. Her voice is so small. Nana's? It's because she is small. Taking pictures with her must be one of the cutest things. You're looking at the art? Are you... Sorry, Yoda. Are you using the app or the... I used it on the browser. Can I track it on your world? Oh, I can.
If you're not
Oh my
sure
god,
what to
okay.
do next, how about I take you on a walk?
So, Llama, I don't know. You used both and it didn't work? Maybe refresh that page then, Yoda.
Right now. Right here. Right now. I see everything.
Woo! Tai Tai! Fuck. Jargon's gaslighting me into believing that his Tonari doesn't actually have good stats, I reckon. Ow. That's the weirdest thing that I've jumped up onto, and it just slid me all the way down. Is Llama here? Oh fuck, did I call you Llama again? I wanna die. I can tell you his stats, they're bad. I don't believe you! I don't believe you. Wait, her son was streaming? I mean, that's not terrible. Why is Cupcake Llama? Because I keep reading his name. Because there's llama in his name. Yoda. It's Tehe Llama D Cupcake. Llama D Cupcake is his nickname here because I keep reading his name wrong.
Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
I don't know where this fuck is, but...
Hey.
Oh, there he is. Oh, good. My god. We need to do more farming for that other set, Jargon. Oh! Do you want some friendship points?
Right now. Right here. I see everything.
Jesus Christ on a stick.
Right now. Emerge. Right now. Hey.
How dare you hit my cheeb? How very fucking dare. What? 30. Oh yeah, because it's just us. So anyway, yeah, that's why I keep reading his name incorrectly. It's not... there's nothing to it, basically. I just can't read. I can't believe it. I left for a second. That took my... I got funded. I got funded, Bubble. Because that's what I said. You were like, oh yes, pull on the weapon band. I was like, okay. Send me Genesis crystals. And I got sent Genesis crystals, so I was compelled. I had to. I mean, I'm an adult person. I didn't have to do anything. But yeah, Nana's got her weapon now. And Bubble. I don't know if you saw, but I got 2 thundering pulses as well. Wanna die. But at least my Toddy's gonna have a tasty weapon now, so that's cool. That's pretty nice. Sorry, I have short legs. Nana in real life, fucking short legs, relying on my friends to kill things for me. I mean, what?
Everyone hold hands.
Everyone hold hands. I actually want to hear her in Japanese because I haven't heard her in Japanese yet. Ah, I've got to take a picture again. Oh, did it? Oh, it did work. This is fun. Wow, how embarrassing. Imagine dying to a baby. This baby built this house. Oh, the house stays up? Whoa. The house stays up until... Okay, interesting. And she's got insane uptime as well, I think. Oh, fuck. I goofed. Where's the Spider-Man? There it is. She's so cute, man. I'm never gonna get over this character. How fucking cute she is. Holy shit. In case you needed proof, it's not me. It takes me so long to kill shit without... No! Shush! I'm just gonna stand here and watch you kill it then. But I'm not actually gonna do that because I've wasted enough time getting distracted by shit. Wah! Imagine hitting a cheeb. What a fucking rude enemy. You gotta go, Galaxy Wolf. No worries. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Sweetest dreams. Take care of yourself. I'm curious, why does the... Other areas... Oh, it kind of did have it, actually. Huh. So the older areas kind of showed us... I think it's called topography. I don't know. But, like, the lines... Actually, the different colors as well. Showing us, like, height and stuff. It wasn't as prominent. I didn't notice it as much. Until we got to the fucking desert. The entire desert is just covered in these lines. They're dizzying a little bit. It's just facts. Tai-Tai is not bold. But, I mean, neither is Nana. Look, 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 look. That's... Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. She needs more crit damage. I think, yeah. Them and Yae. Okay, I mean, yeah, Yae... Actually, Yae's got the wrong weapon on now that I think about it. Because, Miss Mam was using her weapon. But now I don't know what her crit rate's gonna do if I switcheroos. What was she using? Yeah, her crit rate's gonna hit the floor. She needs a bit of crit rate. Mihoyo, please! The fucking desert is so big. What's behind there? Let's go see what he's looking at. Pain. Actual pain. Oh, I did it again. God damn it. One day I'll learn. Today is not that day, however. Ow, you busted. Man, I saw someone earlier. I don't know if Jargon sent it to me. I think Jargon sent it to me. There was a video of someone playing with Nahida. Their things went off and did 90k to each character. What's he doing? Oh, was maybe getting something. Okay, this guy I think is on patrol. I don't know what his route is, but he just moves around. He should come around the corner, I think. There he is. Jesus. Yeah, it is heavy carry over here. Heavy, I keep saying heavy. It's hard carry. Fuck's sakes. Hard carry. I don't know why my brain's just like, ah, yes. Heavy. Wah! Bruh died instantly. How embarrassing for him. How embarrassing. Heavy heart. Brain heavy? No, brain light. Brain small. Brain light. Mm. These tumbleweeds, though. I want them to give us a damn mount already. If anything, give us like area specific mounts, yeah? So like, oh yeah, you're in Sumeru, you can use this mount, and it has like a buff to like a specific kind of travel. So like, oh, you're traveling in the desert, so this thing moves really fast on the sand, you know? Did you pull the other guy? Or is he being a butthole? He's just being a butthole around the corner here. Ah, and he's hidden as well. Twat. Where is he? Oh, he's behind you. That's funny. Brain big, brain teach me brain small. I mean... Oh, I just tried to steal your shit. Sorry, man. You saw nothing, though. But brain always learning. Brain never... Brain always learning. Brain never big. Brain always small. Always more to learn. That's how you should, Oh, actually, wrong way. Ah! No, he was following me. I was gonna say, I hope Jargon wasn't following me. Well... Is 50-200 an okay ratio? 1 to 4? Brain bad juices are back. Will be low-key. No worries, Yoda. We all have bad brain juices sometimes. It's okay, buddy. Just go get something nice to drink. Go sit in a comfy spot. Just work on the happy brain juices. That's all you have to do. Brain level 29? I mean... just like in Genshin, my account level is 60, but my character level can still be 1, right? So maybe body level 29. But maybe, maybe brain level not 29, you know? Yep. Body level not even 29, to be honest. Ah! The fuck? Is that a roast? Woo! Die! IRL cheap. Fuck. I bought boots for myself not too long ago. 40k boomies. I only saw a 30k boomie on my side. There's a crystal fly. Go get him. He's over the hill. I don't remember what I was saying. Wait, guys, I keep forgetting. Okay, is Mau Mau still here? Because I wanted to tell you guys the difference between a UID and IUD, and I keep forgetting, and then I keep remembering afterwards what it was. Is Mao here? Because he's the person I wanted to... It literally is. It literally is 2 hours later, basically. Okay, if Mao's not here, I'll inform him later. However, so UID, right? It's user ID. There's a lot of games that use a UID these days. User ID. But an IUD is a sperm scarecrow. Oh shit, twin combat! Shit! What did you piss off? Huh? What did you... I'm so confused. Is it those guys? No, wait, did you hit... You hit them from here? Oh my god. Oh, that's funny. Guys were just minding their own business. Dragon was like, fuck these guys. Fuck these guys in particular. You love getting XCOM to push notifications? Actually, I don't know when... Do I have load shedding? I do not. I have load shedding tomorrow at dinner time, so that's fun. Chicken noodle soup. Chicken noodle soup. Chicken noodle soup with a soda on the side. Why are we teaching people about the Marina? No, so I was trying to explain earlier the difference between a UID and an IUD. Because I accidentally said IUD the one day instead of UID, and then people were making fun of me. And then I read somewhere, some people call the IUD a sperm scarecrow. Which was the fucking funniest. Why? How embarrassing! Steal your bird egg, thank you. Look how embarrassing that is. Let's go fight whoever's standing there. Haha! Hello, nerds! They pulled me in, so I popped my... Oh, there's another guy? Oh, I lost my house, but it's okay. I forgot where I was going with that. Anyway, that's the reason why I brought it up. Because... And I'm trying to steal Jargon's shit again. I tried. This was my third attempt at trying to explain to people the difference between an IUD and a UID. So, yeah. Can I target a bird in the air? Also, what's my radius? Whoa, that's far away. Whoa!
呪言律流呪言
Alright, Fred, I might go start the Archon quest because the stream's been 2 hours and I ain't done shit.
手をつなぎましょう。
Damn, homie! Quickly leave before he kicks me. Wait, what AR was he? It's the raffles. Do you want to do another one? Whoa! Jargon very enthusiastic about joining that one. 56? Why did it look like 59 in my brain? I was like, damn. Been on that grind. Alright, guys. We need to... Oh, wait. There's an event as well. Fuck. What is it? Knock the slimes into the vine goals by triggering overload direction. Yanfei increase attacks to score points. Okay. I just want to go look at this quick. Jargon one! Jargon doesn't need more, you're right. Oh, we get given the characters? Oh, that's cool. Oops. How does this work? Are we supposed to collect these little orbies? Whoa, Yanfei! Calm down, girly. God damn. This is cute as all hell, man. I've never used Klee, obviously because I don't have her. Whoa! Okay. I'm getting cock-blocked here. Nice. Da-da-da! To be fair, Yanfei feels a little bit easier to use. What are these little... Okay. Did I do that right? I watch you guys play or D-Max play and I cry at my damage numbers. So this is just a slash and bash. Okay. This is just an event, so like, don't look at these numbers. I don't know what this is. What weapon is he using? What the fuck is that? Bro. So what do I need to do here? I was not looking. Do I need to... I'm so confused. Okay. Okay, spin to win. Yeah? Is done? I'm so confused by all of that. I have no idea what's going on with this, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Also, Cupcake, do I have you as a friend? Have you added me as a friend on Genshin? Kazoo! Oh. I keep getting frozen. Okay. GG easy. I don't know what this event is. I'm so confused. Your low AR. You've left it. Oh no! Don't be. Is that it? Is that literally all I have to do? I'm so confused. What is this event? The other one's locked? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, let's actually do the thing that we were supposed to do today, which is literally in my title and I haven't touched. Oh wait, I was doing this! Enhance! I don't think I can. Wait. Say nothing. Say nothing. I'll get there, okay. Oh, I didn't have enough of these, right? Don't bully me. Can you buy those in the shop? The title was just a debate. Apparently. Level 80 is fine for now, right? I need loads of these though. God damn. I need 24. What's 24 times 3? 72? Oh my god. I'm bad at math. Is it 72? I don't need 72 of these. I don't have enough. Like, well and truly. God damn. Let's see if Dory makes us some extra sauce. Wow, thanks, Dory. This one. Dory. Cool. Well, I'll leave it as it is for now because this is obvious. This is not going to be enough. Dory, the forgotten character. Let me just have a quick look. No, not that one. We've done it. We've done enough. We have well and truly done enough in this game. Oh, I need to fight a boss. Oh wait, I'll maybe do the other boss this weekend. Teapot. It's Friday today. Are teapots open for sales? I don't know. This little exclamation on Bennett's gonna be the death of me, well and truly. Anyway, I'm currently on Friendship Squad, so I just want to change it quick. This is the team I was using the other day, just for shits and gigs, you know? I got so used to exclamation on Benny on Inner that when I got new cons on EU, I didn't use them for like 3 days. Oh! Shit. Yeah, look, I always struggle to find Benny, so it's not the worst thing. Because the game's basically like, hey, look, here's Benny. So, you know, it's a good thing, I think. Not my cookie having 35k HP, what the hell? I also need to farm stuff for her as well. There's never enough time in the day. I haven't done test run. Okay, let me do test runs first. Sorry, guys. It's gonna hit 3 hours before I start this fucking Archon quest, and it's supposedly 6 hours long. Shipatsu! Benny! Main DPS, Benny. Benny Balkan! Oh, a fatal error. Yeah, boy, what's it called? Snapshots. Slingshots. Words. Slingshot. Test run, who fucking knows? Oh, Conquest. It was a debate. I'm sorry. It wasn't meant to be a debate. I just looked and I was like, oh wait, I have something else I need to do before I forget, because Lord knows I'm gonna forget. What is it actually called? I can never remember. I feel like I fuck it up every time. Ah! Jargon! The voice actor for Kale responded. I made a comment on that Kale main post. I told her I have a nickname for Lele. And she was like, I love it! I think it's so, like... It must be weird. For like voice actors. For like such a big franchise. Because like... A lot of the voice actors have already, like... You know, like they have established fan bases. But like... I feel like the explosion that would come from Genshin... Because, like, they'll voice the character, and then it only really gets, like, revealed, like, a lot later. Must be kind of strange. The C6 Benny mark is here. Shh, Yoda. Are you talking about mine or yours? I'm not crying, you are. I do want Yoimiya. I hope I can get her in the future. Just so I can fight that stupid Electro Bat and not die to it. You just pulled him? Oh no. We're in the same boat, Yoda. I got him too. Like, look at this shit. Against Electro. Oh my... Disgusting. Actually disgusting. Fucking Matsuri in your face. That's what she just said. I just translated it, if you guys didn't know that. Oh wait, I don't even need to. I just go bam, 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 bam. This character is ridiculous. I wish her timing of banners wasn't so awful. Because well and truly. 90 nights, Johnny. Have a lovely evening. Glad to hear that your Electrix is back. Also, I had an energy drink, but it wasn't like a... I think I started saying earlier, Ray got like these energy drinks, but it's like G Fuel kind of thing. It's like a powder that you mix. He bought some that are supposed to like help with your focus or whatever, and then I bought one that was for focus. He bought focus ones, but he also bought an energy one, and oh my god, the energy one is... It tastes so good. It tastes so good. I love the energy one. Oh my god. Game? No. I think it's called like Advanced or something. I know that the house was already still up, but it's okay because her cooldown is ridiculous. Who's still alive? Oh. I scuffed it. I don't know why they gave us Babs. I mean, she's not terrible, but she's also not great. Banana. Give us Yelan. Oh, I'm playing like ass. It's okay. This is fine. So does Nahida not need any... Surely she needs some crit stats. Do you just dump literally everything into EM? You just go straight EM? Okay. Now we can do it. You want crazy EM before you worry about anything else? For realsies! It feels strange to do that. No! I made a mistake! A critical error. How could I? Now I'm gonna have to be embarrassed by a thing that says failed. Oh no, it just says challenge ended. Thank God. I hate when you have to leave a domain and it's like, challenge failed. Like, fuck you, I needed to leave. I didn't fail anything. This is a personal attack for no reason at all. I thought I clicked on the wrong thing again. Oh my god. Just end stream there. Just be like, oh, sorry guys, load shedding. I'd hop us 11 nights. Oh, load shedding, sorry guys. Sent you a thing. On Discord? Just stack EM. Build EM to 1,000, then start investing in crit. Oh! If EM is higher than... Whoa! Wait! Even Goblet? Even Gobbo? You want Dendro? You want EM Gobbo? I didn't even look at an EM. You get EM Gobbos? Do you get EM Gobbos? Is that a thing? What? I have this Sands because I couldn't get another good, at least for the other thing. And Hat? So wait, Hat should also have EM? Oh my god. Wait, let me go look. What? I had one. And it didn't roll well. Oh, this is the darkest timeline. So really, you just want to pump the shit out of EM? Okay. It doesn't work in my brain that way. I'm just like, no, must have crits. But if really all you need is EM and you just pump her up, then I will try. But as you can see, I don't really have anything that works on her. That's funny. Is it the same for Kazoo? You just pump EM? Just like, wham bam, thank you ma'am. Okay, let's actually start now. 2 hours, 40 minutes in. Not this. It gives more details for Dendro Gobbo. Okay, I will have a look at that. We want to do the Archon quest. Candace deck bet in your mouth. Kazu has the same. Damn. Dan! Dan! Did you finish streaming? How was your stream? How did you kill boys? Hello, motherfucker! I didn't get to watch because I was busy, but I saw the notification came through and I was like, ah, Candice. You didn't kill any bosses? Oh, well, you killed 2 the last time, so it's okay, right? Why? What is this girly voice on Candice? No worries, Duggan. Hope for some ER and then damage stats if you want. Shit, man. Okay.
会議の前に一つ約束してほしいことがあります。なんだ？計画を立てるときはくれぐれも無理のないように約束してほしいの。
She's such a fucking pretty character. I'm so pissed that I don't have her.
お前はどう思う？ええ。
But yeah, you had a good swim. You had fun at least, hopefully. That's not Candace! Yoda, I'm so sad for you that you don't try out the other languages. They're really good. Korean Nahida is also very cute. Ah, fantastic. That's good to hear. Yeah, I had a pretty good day as well. I'm feeling much better today. I was feeling pretty poo-poo caca before. But it's okay now. Is this part of the quest or did I get yoinked into something else? The English VA? The English VA for Nahida is also really good. She's quite cute. But, yeah, I try them all out. I'm on mobile, so space is a factor. Secondly, who has time to read? Yoda, do you not watch anime? Do you watch everything in dub? To be fair, dubs have gotten better. But growing up, they were questionable at best. You watch both? Ah, but who has time to read, Yoda? You have time to read? You only have some time to read, I guess. I think this is a random quest that I got yoinked into. Also, Jargon, thank you. I know Jargon City's gone, but thank you for the linky dinks. I will check it out. I'm not calling you out, Yoda. What do you mean? Also, Yoda, you didn't send me a message on... Let me go get it quickly for you. Yeah. Oh, you needed to send me a message so that I could remember to send you the VTuber thing. Because I think you're one of the people who asked me about it. I retweeted it on Twitter, but I don't know if you saw it. So I'm just going to DM you on Discord. Because I know you never read Discord either, so... when last? There we go. You sent me a TikTok. Did I watch it? Speaking of people who don't read Discord, it's me. I don't read Discord. No Madge. No Madge, Yoda. No Madge. Alright. Am I on the right quest? Now who doesn't read? It's me. It's me. No, man. No, this thing's making me do other shit. I'm doing this. This game is trying to make me do another quest. Also, it's entirely possible that I did watch it and then closed it. And then forgot about it. Because I do that with messages very often. No, no cry. No cry.
わかった。
No! No
い
Sag.
い度胸だな。私もちょっと感服したぜ。
試してみる価値はある。
議論の進化は解決策を見つけることだ。無駄話はいいから、次の問題に進もう。
おいらまで緊張してきたぞ。皆さん、やっと出てきましたね。
じゃ、先に失礼するよ。またな。おいおい、そんな顔するなって。あんたの言いたいことは分かってるぞ。安全には気をつけるから。
ならいいんです。うまくいくよう願っています。旅人さん、パイモンさん、
Candace's Japanese voice is so strange to me.
話し合いはうまくいったようですね。そんなこともわかるのか？私は策略なんかは苦手なのですが、皆さんの細かい感情を読み取るのが得意なんです。その反応からすると当たりみたいですね。
Ah! You need to run, Smurf! No worries, no worries. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Take care of yourself. Take care. Take care. Have a lovely weekend as well. I'm just doing something silly quick. Give me a second. I want to see if I can do this. Yeah, you too, Smurf. Take care. Be good. Oops. Y'all see nothing right now, yeah? Where did I save this file actually? This is on desktop. Oh shit, what did I save it as? Oh, it's at the bottom probably. We pawn. Hehe. Let's put it on there. Oh, it's not working? Let me try again. Ah, it's fighting me. I was trying to get Nahida's weapon to like float next to me, but for some reason it's not working. It should work though. It's literally just a PNG. Maybe it doesn't like the name being so long. Let's try. I'm just being a little shit. Yeah, it's fighting me. I'll have to play around with it and see why it's misbehaving itself. You see nothing. But I got the thing. I got the picture. And it's just fighting me. It's actually working. Should I change it to English for you, Yoda? Or for any Loki peoples? Because I was playing English this past week. Nah, it's cool. No, this is EU actually. EU is cooler. NA is cool, but EU is cooler.
イラたち、実はお前に言いたいことがあってここに残ったんだ。キャンディスはこれからアール村に残るけど、オイラたちはお前の言ったことをちゃんと覚えとくぞ。そう言ってくださって私も安心しました。あなたたちだけでなく、ここを立つすべての友人にこう伝えてきました。
Okay, I see what you mean now. That's what you meant. I totally didn't misread that on purpose or anything.
ですから、くれぐれも気をつけてください。はい。アドバイスに耳を傾けてくださってありがとうございます。私はここから
She's got such a gentle voice. So strange. Not that I think Candace should have like a mean, angry, gruff voice. I just, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna change it to English anyway. Because I have the attention span of a piece of gum at the moment. So it's fine. But yeah, also space being a premium. I get that, Yoda. Oh, there's a Sealy! I'm gonna forget if I don't go do it now. I'll get back to it in a moment. You sent me something on Discord? Okay, let me... I've uninstalled Discord for the time being on my phone. And I try not to open it on my PC. Otherwise I know I'll talk to people. But I just need a bit of, like, time to myself or by myself. Oh no! Oh. Where's my face? What do you mean? This is my face. Where's your face? Is your face available? I don't know what you mean, available. I don't think Nat has a face. Yeah, I don't have a face. I am faceless. I'm a faceless wonder. Never heard of me? I was born without a face. I don't think I've actually been up here.
Find anything you like?
Whee! Okay, no, focus. Faceless VTubers? Nani? Yeah. I don't actually have a face, Yoda. Did you not know? What? Mind blowing. Ah, no, did they kill my Cheeb?
Sounds good. I'll go make some preparations.
Okay.
I'll hit them!
Have you finished saying your goodbyes?
Yeah! Also, Candace told everyone to be careful.
Yes, she did. But I think my point also bears repeating. Our plan is not child's play. We won't be able to achieve anything if we're simply careful. We must go beyond that and fully commit ourselves to it. I hope this is clear to you.
Huh? Shouldn't you be saying something more cheerful to boost our morale right now?
Didn't we already do that during the meeting?
You can never have enough words of encouragement.
Listen, I'm all about that Dendronation, but this guy irritates me and I don't know why.
I continue to remind you of the seriousness of our situation.
I just want to punch him in the kneecaps and move on with my life. Is that too much to ask
for?
for?
Can be put in charge of logistics, while others will fight on the front lines.
Speaking of the front lines, you don't look anything like a soldier.
Well, of course. Compared to the mercenaries, I'm merely a
The colors in his outfit are gorgeous, though. I hate that they're on him. Yes, I'll hide them. I don't care for him at all. I'm sorry to say.
About that mercenary who lost his mind.
I don't know why.
Mercenary groups are facing constant danger every single day.
He just doesn't.
Being a scholar is occupation, and you are a scholar.
Like,
I'm not like the rest of them. Even among
oh,
members
he's
of the
not like
same
other
species,
girls? Oh my
some will
god.
exhibit far more potential than others.
You get the same vibe? Yeah, like, you know when everyone was so excited when he came out? I was just like, okay.
Mercenaries in Port Ormos called you a lunatic.
I think his
All
Japanese,
intellectuals
either
are
his Japanese
lunatics
or
in
his
the eyes
Chinese
of
voice is
fools.
pretty daddy, but like
I'll
otherwise
take
I
that as a
don't know.
compliment.
Oh, his arm looks weird there. What the hell?
That reminds
What
me.
is that?
Do you
Chicken wing?
remember the record we saw in the King Deshret ruins? It mentioned forbidden
Sorry, I
knowledge.
don't remember anymore. This is the most accurate response. Yes, I remember. Sorry, I don't remember anymore. This is me, but I'm gonna say yes, I
You have a
remember.
good memory.
Not a fan of his
Forbidden
headwear. I
knowledge
don't
has
know.
the
I
power
kind
to
of like
drive
his
people
Vocaloid
insane,
headset.
But this fact has never been shared
His,
with the
I like his
public.
outfit. It's the
Even
character
I, who's
himself I don't
worked in
like.
the academia for some time, was
The
never
one
once
shoulder
informed of
hanging
this.
cape. Okay, yeah, I don't like gravity-defying clothing. This is
Those
a
mad
lie.
scholars
This
and
is some
mercenaries
A-grade
we
bullshit.
encountered may have
Oh wait,
all
there's a
fallen
strap there.
victim to the
It's a strap
corrupting
on.
qualities of forbidden knowledge.
Let it be known, Alhaitama's
But
got a
the
strap on.
academia has always held a different view. They've always believed that symptoms of madness are a side effect of human contact with divine knowledge as mere
Sweet baby boy, I
mortals.
haven't listened to a damn
Come to
word you
think of
said.
it, perhaps the
Kinda feel
academia has
bad.
also never understood the true nature of forbidden knowledge, and thus always approached the issue from the wrong direction. The Withering, Elazar, and the Sandstorms. Don't you think what is happening right now across Sumeru is rather similar to the forbidden knowledge pollution that occurred in the desert thousands of years ago?
It's definitely possible. I've definitely been listening to everything you've been saying.
This is what caused the withering and the sandstorms. At least, that's what Tainari told us. Wait a second.
Yeah boy, Tian. Slandering Alhaitama as well. Like, I don't know.
The cause of Irminsul's illness may
I
precisely be the
don't
pollution
understand the
from forbidden
fascination.
knowledge.
But if that's the case, what should we do? This is huge.
I don't know why. And it's
Why do you
annoying
think
to me
Lesser
because
Lord
he's
Kusanagi had a
Dendro.
solution to
I
this
love
situation?
Dendro. I love every other Dendro character. You found him unlikable and boring.
You mean it's related to the scene you saw when you passed out in the Avidia forest? That whole the world forget me thing?
In that case, it's imperative that we rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali. Only by working with her to save Irminsul can we completely resolve the problems Sumeru currently
I haven't even
faces.
finished this fucking story to save her yet, and I already have built her armed to the teeth.
To make
Whoops.
sure we're still on track,
I did that very
I would like
backwards.
to check on the state of some of our preparatory work.
Where are we going?
You're hoping you warm up to him in
To
his
an
story
Eremite
quest?
base.
Yeah. I mean, because he's Dendro, I want to love him, and I'm like, yes, Dendro Nation, let's go. But at the same time, I'm just like, ugh. I thought that person that came here earlier was a troll, and then they've just, like, gone silent, so... It's Cupcake's bedtime since ESCOM 12. Oh, no! Sorry to hear that, Cupcake. Yeah, but, yeah, since you won't be staying up, sweetest dreams. Thank you for chilling with us tonight, friend. Take care. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Eat some good food. Do something you enjoy. Only happies, yeah?
Whatever the boss says.
Only good times. Take care of yourself, homie.
Oh, you made it.
Huh? What are they doing here?
I gave them some technical work to do.
Ah, it's the scribe. And is that the traveler I see?
How's the
Why
work
does this
going?
guy sound so nervous? His outfit is gorgeous. He's stunning. But I just,
yes.
as a character, I don't care for him, and I don't know why.
One of them is already ready for use, while the others are still under repair.
Leaves without saying goodnight. Wait, who's leaving?
Extraction?
Cupcake?
Doing with those?
I mean, he said he said a farewell.
Huh? More kid knowledge? Are you going to put more weird stuff into her head again?
Hour.
Look on your face. Are you scared?
I was a little scared. Very, very furious.
That's an interesting response. Anyway, we're not going to use this just yet.
Oh, he was
As
in
I
Discord with
mentioned
you and he
during
just
the
left.
meeting, this knowledge capsule contains
Oh my
the
god.
decree I drew up in the past. The
Hi
academia should
Roots.
also
Send
have
him
their
a
own
strongly
copy.
worded
And
message.
according to the plan we just came up with, Traveler, I want you to record something into this capsule.
I forgot I was there and quit. Cupcake! Oh my god.
Do you believe we can save Lesser Lord Kusanali? Good.
Yes, I do.
Conviction is the most important
I will go
part of
to the
all
ends of the earth for Kusanali.
Now, please get ready and
Little
put on this
Nana.
device.
Okay, so maybe...
Us to record our conviction into the knowledge capsule?
Maybe Al-Hatam's
Yes.
the character that I don't like. Because he his name is not
understand,
nicknameable.
Trust me,
Like,
Paimon,
what am I gonna
this is
call him?
something
Ham
we have to
Ham?
do. It's
I think
best if
that's
you
his
can do
nickname.
as I
Sorry,
say.
Ham Ham. Okay, cool. Well,
Because
that's sorted. Maybe
to
I'll like
achieve
him
this
more now.
impossible
No
task,
strongly worded
it sounds
messages.
like
It's
you'll need
late.
to follow your own heart first. Although it may feel like a trick, self-encouragement may be the most important tool we have.
Paimon can see the point you're trying to make.
I'm ready. I don't know what he
Imagine this.
said.
We have orchestrated our plan and successfully rescued Lesser Lord Kusanali. As a result, we have changed Sumeru's entire political landscape. Everything went without
This is
a
what the
hitch,
inside of my
and
head looks like
everyone
too.
recognizes and praises our achievements.
Completely blank.
Now, open your eyes. Here.
What's this?
Read it out loud.
Bouquet.
It's done.
Is your head okay? Does anything hurt?
It's just a recording. There should be no negative effects.
I want to know where that tube goes. There's a tube that goes like around the back of his neck, down his body.
And that's perfectly
This
fine.
one? Where does
In
this
any
go?
case,
Where does
these
this lead?
capsules aren't meant to be used by you.
Huh?
Have you forgotten? Our plan needs
Goes
to
to the
account
back?
for those who have long relied on the Akasha.
Hmm?
You may find it hard to believe, but for those people, everything the Akasha transmits to them is nothing short of absolute truth. Imagine if you've been using a device like the Akasha since the day you were born.
What is this Game Boy
this
headset
device
that's
has
got a cable
always
that goes
supported you
from
during times
the
of
back
need.
of the headset into
After all that
the back of
time,
his body?
What do you think you'd become?
The back end of things?
A fool? A machine?
A slave to orders. And that's why rules are so important.
What?
In addition,
Why does he
those who
remind me of
understand the rules
Kaito
can
from
delineate
Vocaloid?
boundaries and identify gray areas.
Oh my god. We're gonna get Miku soon,
Say
and
that
we've
those
got
kinds of
Len
ambiguous
as well.
scenes can be very interesting. One might even say they're advantageous in the right hands.
Things you're interested in are really out there. Are all Sumeru scholars like this?
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. I'm going to take those two to work on some small projects. You can head to Caravan Rebot and start preparing for the next step.
Okay.
Small projects?
We're going to tinker with the Akasha terminal and make a few modifications.
Oh shit, he's going rogue! Or has been going rogue, I guess. He's been on this shit for a while. He's just like laws? I think not. Yeah, this is fine.
The weather is lovely and warm. Things are about to start getting like...
Whoops. Sorry, Nana.
I thought we agreed on a plan. How can you go back on your word?
The plan is too radical and carries a high risk for casualties. I've given it a lot of thought. And in the end, I still can't agree to it.
But it's still the best plan we have. As a former Matra, you of all people should be able to see the bigger picture and recognize the innate advantages of our plan.
I did. And that's how I saw the danger behind these so-called advantages. Ahithem's plan is even more radical than I imagined.
Huh? Why are you guys arguing?
My friend, you're just in time. Why don't you help me persuade Sino? He's turned against our plan.
We agreed to work out a plan at the meeting. As mercenaries, you're familiar with the local environment, so you'll take care of the specifics. But then, you went to Alhaitham for suggestions.
Oh,
Had
boy
I
is
known Alhaitham
jelly.
would give you those kinds of suggestions, I would not have agreed to the plan.
Look, you already know that we're all on the same side here, don't you?
Mercenaries place a lot of importance on their bonds of friendship, but also will not hesitate to make sacrifices if they deem the situation to be sufficiently dire. I'm sorry, but as things stand, I can't accept your principles.
Seems you really do understand the ways of the desert.
Traveler.
Doesn't even need nipples to understand the desert. So that's pretty good.
Rahman's plan is to have me work with the Caravan Reebok guards in my capacity as a Matra. We will arrest the mercenaries and escort them into Sumeru City.
Wait, how can we work with the guards?
We can't get through that wall easily, remember?
Italy wants to
Caravan
criminalize
Reebok would never
raves?
let so many
I don't think they know how
unregistered
raves
members of
work.
the Eremites enter
That
Sumeru
is...
City.
That is interesting. Why? Did they have like some kind of reasoning for that? Also, hi Blue Saxon. I hope you're doing well. What is the reasoning behind that?
That also sounds like something Alhaitham told you. Am I right?
Doesn't Alhaitham know how dangerous this plan is?
Of course he does. He told me. There is no perfect plan, but this can get the job done.
That's so strange.
He also said that with the help of Sino and the Traveler,
To be fair, like they did like a
blindly trust anyone.
an alcohol and tobacco ban in South Africa during like the beginning of COVID.
It's my own choice to trust you.
If I make the
And
arrests
like,
alone,
I mean, it
can
made
control
sense,
myself and prevent you
but
from
also
getting hurt.
confused a lot of people. They were like, "What the
Can't
fuck?"
guarantee that kind of discipline from the guards. To make the whole thing more convincing,
He'll spin some tale
I'll
about
need to
drugs and
resist
violence.
to some
Ah, of
degree.
course they will.
Casualties are inevitable once push comes to shove. I'm okay with the deaths of enemies. But now that we're allies, I'm against the meaningless loss of our own.
When are you moving to Cape Town? April, May next year?
Care about us. I've lived a hard life.
I think it's May,
Say,
actually.
People like you are hard to come by.
I've always treated my allies with honesty and respect. They have the right to know important things like this.
Now you're making this hard for me.
Hey, is there something we can do to help?
I knew you would say that.
We can help fight some of the mercenaries, which should reduce the number of times you'll have to struggle directly with the guards. That should help at least a little bit.
We need to have a meetup? Yeah? We can figure something out. What kind of meetup do you have in mind? Anything in particular you want to do? Tiana is excited you're moving there. Oh yeah? What, is he gonna meet up with me? I find it like so, like, I can't remember who it was, but I told someone that I was moving and they got really sad. And I thought about it and I was like, wait, I didn't even know this person lived in Johannesburg. I thought they were in Cape Town and they got really sad when I said I was moving. I was like, oh, fuck. She's not moving? I am, though. I am in my brain. I'm already gone. I'm already in Cape Town.
Sino, on behalf
Also,
of my
Mau Mau,
people,
were you
I
here
thank
earlier when I was explaining what IUD is?
Mission we cannot turn our backs on.
They want you to move too?
Strongly value the lives of our friends.
It's so difficult to move,
goal
though.
we're about to achieve
Like, we're moving because of Ray's job.
We have no fear of casualties because we crave the
But, like,
spoils
I
of
know a lot of
victory.
people who have just moved.
So please, lend us your support.
People just move and then they find a job there. I'm just like, how? How
Well,
do?
Now that you've put it that way, I can no longer refuse. But remember, you
Yeah,
need to follow the
it
plan
is.
and
It is
not do
difficult.
anything reckless.
I don't.
Candace made it
I don't get
very
those
clear
people who
that
can
we
just
can
like
only
up
achieve our
and
goals
disappear.
if we can ensure our safety. Since you and
That
I
shit's
both
cray-cray.
recognize the significance of this operation, there should be
They
no
just-
more
they just
animosity between the followers
Get
of
by
the
somehow.
Dendro
I
Empire
honestly, for
and
me,
those
like
of
I could
King
never. I
Deshret.
couldn't do that.
Everyone's life
I don't know how
is
people
equally
manage.
important.
I'm employed, but they like me going into the office. Yeah.
Let's do this.
So
for
even
our
if you
shared
have a bit more freedom, in like having a
guard
job,
should be stationed in the
I think there's not a
courtyard
lot of
nearby.
places these
can
days
find
that
them there.
are Gucci with remote work, which is annoying because like there's a lot of jobs where you actually don't need to go in. You literally could work from home quite comfortably, and it's quite unnecessary to go into the office.
You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is.
Oh, Nana. Bless her, she's so cute. If you could find, like, someone to, like, help you get on your feet in Cape Town, and then you find work, that would be ideal. But I guess, yeah, there's also the issue of, like, do you have someone in your life like that who could help you? Because that's the thing. Like, if you don't have family already there. But yeah, I know a lot of people who just move and then they figure it out afterwards. And I'm just like, how does the anxiety not consume you? How are you not dying on the inside? Because yeah, I would be like worried like all the time. Like how long will it take me to find work and stuff? But I'm also lucky actually because my work is remote anyway, so really it doesn't make too much of a difference for me. But it's just a matter of actually having work. And I guess also because my work is not really like stable as such, like that would also be an issue. Like if I were moving alone, I guess. I haven't really spent much time in this place. I wonder if there's like some chests and stuff hidden around corners. Guess I'll find out.
Guards. General Mahamatra. To what do we owe the honor?
This guy is sweating.
Keep your voice down.
He says
It's a
after just
secret
shouting,
operation. I'm going to arrest a large criminal
announcing
gang near
his
this location.
arrival.
According to the Academia's Guide and Regulations on Secret Operations, I have the right to ask for the cooperation of Caravan Rebot.
Ah, of course, of course. Mahamatra Sino's order is the Academia's order. Just let us know what you need. But who exactly are you planning to arrest, and how many people are you expecting? Depending on the scale of this operation, we may need to report it to our superiors.
They're a squad of Eremites whose number is comparable to Ain El Akhmar in Port Ormos. They're involved in the theft and resale of supplies from the Academia.
Scandal!
As many as Ain Al Akhmar. This should definitely be classified as a joint operation.
Then I suggest that you report this to your superiors as soon as possible, and treat it as a top priority desert operation. I will need personnel.
Got it. Please wait a moment. I'll contact them immediately.
Because this is work.
I don't know why that was so funny.
Because I trust you.
Paimon can't believe you're still in the mood to chat. This whole thing has Paimon scared stiff. Aren't you even a little worried? What if these guards already know that you have betrayed the Academia and are no longer their General Mahamatra? Even if that guard doesn't know, their superiors might, right?
We discussed this, remember?
Whoops.
The caravan rebot operation is of great importance. But don't worry, the guards there shouldn't know that Sino has stepped down.
How can you be so sure?
First, the other Matra still don't know why Sino has left, which proves that the Academia has been covering up the matter. Second, this is a crucial moment for the Academia's God creation plan. If something were to happen to the General Mahamatra, it's bound to attract a lot of unwanted attention. No matter how you look at it, they don't seem interested in sharing the news of Sino's departure.
A reasonable
The first thing that popped up was your previous job. Yeah, I got told about that as well years ago, and I was like, I'm good, thanks. No, thank you.
The Akasha is still in operation, so I must remain on high alert. Actually, considering the power of the Akasha, it's quite strange that it hasn't already tried to interfere with my actions.
I've given that a lot of thought. For now, I don't think you'll need to worry. If you remember, when you first came to Aru Village, all your actions and routes were predicted by the Akasha. It even gave that information to those who kidnapped the village keepers. But things like that never happened again after we met up with the Traveler.
That's true. But why?
Look at it from a different angle. Why do you think the Akasha will predict your actions?
Because my personal data has been entered into the Akasha.
That's true, but the key to this question is, how well can the Akasha make predictions about a person? Haven't you ever thought about it? Just how can it do this in the first place?
Because the Akasha controls the entirety of Sumeru.
The Academia firmly believes that all human actions can be explained through logic.
Thank you for the head pats. How are you?
By analyzing entered data, the Akasha can derive behavioral logic and predict the actions of those who fit an existing logic model. However, at the risk of sounding like an advocate for fallacies, can everyone truly
This man's using a lot of words to say very little.
Emotions are part of our behavioral logic. But can you guarantee that every experience of the same joy or pain will be equally intense?
Thank you. I appreciate
How can
it.
our feelings and opinions be predictable down to the letter in every single instance?
G-Mac! Oh my god! Is that like a Big Mac?
You've always worked
But it's
alone.
like, you know,
In the absence
OG.
of another person who could sway
It's the
you or
G-Mac.
your thoughts, the Akasha could produce
I feel like Kraz
predictions
and
that are
I
similar to
don't-
real-life behavioral principles. Decisive and principled, you were used to solving problems
Don't
alone.
what as much as
That's
we used
why
to?
the
You're
Akasha
drunk?
could figure it
Kinda,
out.
a little? Oh, what did you have
now,
tonight, Krazzy?
joined
What
a
was you
team.
drank in?
And I believe the
You even
Akasha
forgot my-
hasn't
No,
yet
you see
figured
it's
out the full
G-Mac. G-Mac is
composition
your
of
name
it.
now. Oh, you don't
Our
speak as much?
thoughts and
Oh,
logic
no, I'm sorry to hear that.
and weave themselves together to become a complicated, chaotic mess.
Also, Jargon, we had some
Any one
strange
of us
people
could
here
potentially
earlier.
disagree with another.
I don't know if
The
they're still
Akasha
here.
lacks data on these interactions, and it's impossible for it to predict your actions in the future based on your decisions in the past.
I'm not reading that message out
There's
loud.
probably
You
a
missed
limit to
weirdos,
just how
yeah.
much we can be modeled or controlled by data. So,
I took photo because I was like, no ways, how bizarre.
Makes sense to me. I agree. The Akasha is not alive.
So the one person was like, "Where's your face?" And I was like, what do you mean?
Is that so?
And they're like, "Is your face available?"
That even the Akasha
And I was just
cannot
like,
calculate. And
what?
people will not be forever trapped in the past.
So then Bubble was like, "I don't think Nat has a face." And Yoda was like, "Faceless VTubers? Nani?"
Next time, pay attention.
Yeah, it was
during
it was very strange. So there was two people who followed me when that happened. And the first name was like kind of weird. But then the second name, which you guys didn't see because my sound alerts don't show it. I don't know if we should ban them. They were kind of weird, and the one guy didn't say anything, so I don't know. But it felt like they were here to irritate me. So I didn't thank them for their follow, and I just ignored them. VTubers are real? Nani? My immersion? Oh no, I'm definitely a 2D little chibi with big fluffy ears and a leaf on my head and a tiny nana in my hands.
Just remember to stay
This is me. I was born like this. I can't sit still. I constantly wobble back and forth.
General Mahamatra.
I was gonna ban him, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, I thought about
I'm the security officer
Yoda.
of
I
the
don't know if you know the
Grand
code word.
Desert District. My name is Luxembarbo.
Pooh? Luxembarbo,
This is
what
my
a name.
assistant, the Traveler.
That's a mouthful.
She will be working with me. The construct next to her is for her work.
What?
What a great
Paimon's a
honor
robot
to
now.
meet you. Your golden hair is as bright as the sun. And, is this the latest technology from the academia?
What is this guy? Is he a foreigner?
Epic underscore bubble essay screamed basement Jax, where's your head at?
Nani? Basement Jax? Where's your head at? I don't know what that is. Sorry, Bubble. So the code word. I think I put it on Discord actually. But it's a joke that I made with Jargon. So you know how in Afrikaans, if you say like thank you very much, it's baie dankie. But it sounds like, you know, in English, buy a donkey. So if people like get on my nerves, or like if I feel like they're acting strange or being very inappropriate, I'll like say to Jargon, I'm like, don't tell us the code word. No, but you see, you're one of like the decent people, Krazy. It's not an issue for the general populace, for my people to know the code word. Like, it's not an issue for you guys. It's when there's randoms that like will bounce into stream for no fucking reason. Wait, G-Max, why do you feel like me, and what don't you do as much as you used to? Krazy, you and G-Max don't talk as much as you used to. Am I mediator now for this conversation? Translator and mediator. In any case, the code word is... I'll ask Jargon if he wants to buy a donkey. And then he will determine who exactly I'm talking about. The point of that is that randoms won't get it at all. But it doesn't matter if you guys know about it. Crazy's gone. Crazy's well gone.
Have you made a decision?
But yeah, anyway, so it's a silly joke between Jargon and I, but it's our code word now for when like random people join or weird people join. We're just like, Jargon will be like, should I go buy a donkey? And I'll be like, yeah, why not? It's because G-Max is a bad friend. It doesn't come into a street. Ah! Oh! What is this slander going on here? Do I need to ban Crazy for that, Yoda?
We will carry out the
Is this slander?
Understood.
This looks like G-Max slander, Crazy. I don't know.
Bring the map.
Also, not you self-plugging in my chat, Crazy.
We will engage
Unbelievable. The audacity. Y'all better get up in each other's DMs and work this out. I agree.
None at all, sir.
Good.
You're gonna be sober tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And we'll have a talk. What do you mean? I can say the same thing about you, Kraz. Oh shit! Y'all, we got some drama. I see now why Gamehead popped out the poppers over there. Gamehead, you gonna share some of that popcorn with the rest of us? Please and thank you. There's some sauce going on over here. I'm just here to witness it. I'm not involved in any of this. I'm just here for the sauce.
Strike back against that massive
You stream at 3 AM?
Get ready. We will move out in 2
Unbelievable.
days.
That's when you're supposed to be asleep. I say streaming now at midnight, but you know, it's whatever. I have to wait for 2 days. Oh, I hate this. This is... I hate this thing. 3 AM is the best time to stream. Wait, why? Also, Jargon, has your time changed yet? Because it's 9 PM? Oh. You stream at night? What? Crazy, are you not from South Africa? Why did I think... Are you outies patouties, Mau Mau? Have a lovely evening. Sweetest dreams. Oh, Kraz is from... Okay, I thought so. I thought I was going mad, though. Because Jargon and Kraz said the same thing now, and I'm confused. Whee! It is the sleep time. Sweetest dreams, Mouty. Sunday morning? Oh my god, I hate that so much. Fucking... I can't understand the time zone changes. That shit is literally the worst. What do people think I'm American? I don't know, Yoda. Why do they think that? 3 AM is 9 PM for USA time. Well, for now, Kraz, shit's gonna change on Sunday. Because they fucking change everything. Their standard time is not the standard time. It's fucking lies. It's disco lies. The worst kind of lies. You'll go full British. Can you though, Yoda?
Wait a moment.
Yes, I got Nana! I got Nana! She's C1 and she has a weapon and I'm very happy.
Being my
Yoda goes Aussie a lot. I can't do accents, man. I can't. I can like ingest like as a joke ingest, not like eat ingest, but like in a joking way. Say like American things, but like nah. Joburg but turns into Aussie sometimes.
Give it our best. I'm glad to hear your sense of resolve.
That's pretty funny.
Remember, we must capture them alive. They are our only leads for the case. If they die, we will be unable to continue the investigation.
Understood. Everyone! The Eremites are approaching from
Lol.
the west!
Make preparations and be ready for combat.
Mahita's so cute. I agree, crazy. Oh, I call her Nana. That's my nickname for her.
Oh? What a
She's very, very cute. I was on a work call and they were working on a product that had tomato in it. And it sounded so weird because of y'all. Wait, because they were saying tomato?
Ramen.
Ramen. My favorite snack. No, I'm joking. I don't really eat ramen.
If you value your life, I advise you to surrender.
I never hear it said in the American way. Ah! But to be fair, Joggin, how often do we actually talk about tomatoes? They were saying it over and over. Did it sound like it wasn't a real word? Tomato. I hate saying tomato after I say tomato because I'm just like, I get annoyed. I'm just like, ugh, one of these doesn't sound right. And it's tomato. Tomato doesn't sound right after you say tomato. The best way to go Aussie is by saying no like Noah and don't like don'ta.
Stand with me. Spring forth.
And beep.
Share my knowledge.
The thing is, like, it just sounds put on when I say tomato. It sounds wrong. It sounds like I'm doing it on purpose, which technically I am, you know. Oh! Did he? How dare? How very dare?
I see everything.
How did I miss the one guy? Okay, cool. Anyway. Also, Jargon, in that moment it didn't count, okay? My one key is not working.
Make yourselves a move. Out of my way. Our bond is strong.
Wow, Cookie! Cookie!
It's over.
Sand.
We have subdued them. The operation is now over. All Eremite mercenaries and related
I don't
personnel
know.
in the
How would they
area
say
have been
sand?
arrested.
Sand.
You pitiful
Sand.
Andro Archon dogs!
Wow.
You'll regret this!
Wait.
I'm afraid you'll regret it first.
They're pretending to be cars when they speak. Tomato.
Silence.
Sand. Meow. I love you, and I miss you.
Take them back to Caravan Reboot. Count their numbers and send them to the Academia as instructed by the General Mahamatra.
That's how you sound American. Just pretend you're a car. Like a race car.
Mahamatra Sino, I will now take my leave. If you need further assistance, please
Levio
come to Caravan Reboot and ask for me.
Understood. You're dismissed.
Okay, I figured out how to sound American. Just pretend you're a car. Oh wait, car. You have to say that very hard. And don't ignore any of the letters. Unless it's a U, because fuck the U's. You have to pay very close attention to the R's in the words. In the words.
That's fantastic.
It's cumbersome to pronounce R's. Jargon. Yargon.
Once we're done here, I'll return to
I'm trying an
Caravan
American
Reboot
accent
and oversee
with
the group's
Wall.
transport.
Was coming out as well.
I promise. I'll get everyone into
Wall?
Sumeru City safely.
Thanks for saying my name right for the first time in 2 years. I take it back. Control Z. Control Z. I take it back.
It's not the time to celebrate yet.
Jargon?
I believe Dia should already be waiting for you. Go join up with her.
Yoggin?
She will need you to introduce her to Tainari.
Speaking of which, is it really okay for us not to share the full plan with Tainari?
I take it back. I take it back.
He'll feel miffed about it and refuse to work
Only
with
Yogon.
I have a very
Yogurt.
close
I call you
relationship
Yogurt
with
now.
Tainari. Given how well we
Don't
know
say
each
Z, it's
other,
Zed.
I believe my message alone should be enough to bring him to our
Cry
side.
Zed?
He knows I won't make jokes about things
Your name's
like this.
Cry Zed. I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
Tainari
Oh
is the
no.
best option. Get ready for the next phase of the plan. Don't keep them waiting.
Because Yoda said don't say Z, say Z. Easily one of the silliest jokes I've made. I want to try again. Okay, guys, don't look at me, okay? Ah! Please? Why you not a worky? I don't know. It's fighting with me, man. Why? It's Image. It's Image. Why Image no work? It just refuses to perceive. Whoa. Why are we not looking? I'm looking. No, I said don't look! Do not perceive me! I'm trying to get the Nahida's weapon picture to work, but it's fighting me. And I don't know why. Lech! Hello! Looking respectfully, no! Pay me $100. I can pay you, maybe, Zimbabwean dollars? Is that okay? I'll pay you in Zimbabwean dollars, since you didn't specify. You blame Kai? Yeah, we'll all blame Kai. How you doing, Lech? And thank you for the balloons. I don't even know how much 100 Zimbabwean dollars is. Does that currency even exist anymore, or did they obliterate it? That's fine. If you want to hide me with the balloons and all the other redeems, go for it. Where am I going and what am I doing? Wait, nope. No? Wait, you're not good, homie? I don't remember what the question was. Sorry. I forget the moment I finish saying a sentence. Oh, they use normal dollars now? Oh, does Zimbabwean dollars not exist anymore?
It's about time.
Aw.
Didn't you say our part of the plan is the most
Damn
important
it.
of all?
I have to send
Here you
Jargon
come
actual
rolling
dollars
in
now.
late.
Damn it.
In the time it took you to get
Like
here,
US
I already
dollars?
did 5 laps around the place, down 7 drinks, and even did some clothes shopping.
Sorry. We didn't mean to keep you waiting.
You can send me Jargonian doodles. Oh yeah, I still owe you a doodle
I just
actually.
wanted to
A
fix your
doodle of
attitude
doodles.
and rub it in a little. After all, you took your sweet time getting here, and we've got important stuff to take care of.
Maybe that's something I could do this weekend. US dollars. Damn.
Seeing
That must be so
serious
weird.
Look on your face. All right,
And I
I'll
wonder what
stop.
happened to all the money that was
All
like
joking
already in
aside,
circulation.
I'm glad you're here.
What did they do
Let's
with all
get
the
moving
printed
and take
money
care
and
of
like
this
all the
as
minted
soon as
coins?
possible.
But where should we start?
Our responsibility is to get a status update on the Fatui Harbinger known as the
Fatui.
Doctor. We need to make sure he
El
won't get in our
Doctor.
way when we rescue Lesser
Use
Lord
this toilet
Kusanagi.
paper? Oh my god.
Dealing with an institution that controls
Oh,
all of
no.
Sumeru is already hard enough.
I
If
want
the
to know why
Doctor
this
were to
thing
crash
won't
the
work. I
party,
wonder if I
it would be
restart the
next to
program.
impossible for us to achieve our goals.
Hmm.
Yeah, we sure don't want him showing
I wish
up.
I could tab out of Genshin and it would still continue.
Really gets by him on the creeps.
Ah!
Hearing his name just reminds me of those stuff.
Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome. Hassan, I saw that you were playing. What were you playing?
Excuse me.
Furious Kitty, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Me raiding an actual raid? I saw you were streaming, Hassan, but I'm streaming. How am I supposed to watch you if you stream when I stream? Dying Lights, did you have fun? Worst ending ever. Oh no. I'm so sorry to hear that. I see 2 Nat tabs. What? You regret playing the game now? Oh my goodness, that's the worst. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. How you doing, Furious Kitty? Welcome, welcome to the posse. How's your Friday treating you? Hassan raided. He did. Hassan, my son, is here. I haven't followed you. You saw nothing, Furious Kitty. You saw nothing. There were 2 endings and you picked the least worst? Oh my god. So wait, there's an even worse ending? God damn.
According to the plan,
Is it
we
like
should
a
first
scary
go to
game?
Pardees DI and ask for Forest Watcher Tainari. If all Hatham and
Tai Tai.
Sino's sources are solid, then we can be sure that Tainari still has the Academia's
Oh my
trust.
god. Okay. Well, that's
So,
grim.
We'll find Tainari and convince him to get us the latest intel on the Doctor.
Yeah, look, if
Then,
it's got like
depending on
2
what we
bad
learn,
endings
we'll make any necessary
and it's
adjustments
spooky.
to our plan. The sages have placed spies
The
everywhere.
last boss made you afraid? Oh, and you want me to play like super scary games? The face is terrifying? Oh, no thank you. Goodbye. Just throw it out the window, it's okay.
You should be honored.
Her son screams a lot. I missed him screaming? Oh my god, I need to go watch the VOD then.
That's certainly true. But when multiple
Why you want me to play
employers
scary
vie for
games, but you're a
services,
big old
you should
scary
always
cat
go with the
yourself?
best offer. Let's see.
My
If
son
I
is
were to charge
evil,
you a
and he wants me to
bill,
suffer.
I guess I can apply a discount.
You guess?
How much more do you want? I was not sure we can afford it.
Me with millions. Not sure if I can afford this.
How about paying me with a smile?
What?
What do you say?
She's flirting? Why is my response, huh?
I haven't seen you smiling much recently. If you ask me, someone like you must look lovely when they smile.
She's Lebanon, definitely.
Come on, give me a smile so that I can be less worried.
Aw, that's actually kind of cute.
Looking good. I hope this.
She
pretty
laying the
smile will
Mac
become
on
lucky
Traveler.
charm.
What the frick?
There are many kinds of smiles.
Hassan, end
but
your
only a
stream.
truly joyous one can bring blessings to others. Let's consider this smile a down payment for our future victory.
No, 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 Hassan, you need to go to bed now.
visit to
Don't read
Party's
Jargon's messages, he's lying. Has Hassan been sitting there giggling? Or crying? Possibly crying, actually. He's been sitting there crying because of the ending of the game. Mood. Just game sounds? Ah, damn it. Glad the mic is muted. Are you sure, Hassan? Are you sure? Because I'm hearing some things. I don't think your mic is muted at all. You might want to go check that.
He's over there! Let's go say hi!
Imagine thinking your mic is muted.
Tainari!
Tainari!
Ah, Traveler, Paimon. And you are?
It is so weird hearing him in English, but I spent the whole of yesterday with English Tai, so...
Hey there.
It's kind of normal now.
This is our friend Dia. She's an
Oh,
Arabite
Dia.
mercenary.
Who's Dia?
A mercenary? You must have some big news for me.
It's something really important. Please help us out.
Dia. Dia. Japanese would probably be Dia.
Then follow me. This place is better. We won't be disturbed by any passerby.
I love his eyes
what is
because
this
they remind me
important
of
thing you want to ask me?
mint chocolate ice cream.
The doctor, huh?
Because they're brown on top and green at the bottom.
Harbinger with the mask.
Minto Choco! Exactly.
Yes, I know him. Actually, he left Party's DI just a little while ago.
Oh!
He left already?
Also, do these eyes
he
look
came
better?
looking for me.
Can I ask what it was about?
Rather than the other ones?
Sorry to
like...
ask you like this after having just met, but your answer is very important to us. For now, all we can share with you
These
is
ones are
that
goofy.
Your friend Sino is working with us.
Sino, you say?
And then there's like the smug ones. Whoops.
I see. So that's why he hasn't been at the academia. I will answer your questions and will
They look
assist
so
you
funny
any
like
way I
this.
can. You don't have to tell me everything that's happened.
These ones are a little bit dead. I think people were saying my eyes look a little bit dead like this. These ones just look kind of weird though. Because like they're stuck looking up. I don't know why. There's sleepy ones, or like sad ones, and angry ones. Smug ones. Dead ones, apparently. And then there's these ones. I never tried these ones, I think, because I thought they were kind of plain. But I like these ones were my favorite. This VTuber kit is so cool. It is, Yoda! Have you downloaded it? Have you started playing with it? It's a lot of fucking fun. It's a lot of fun. And you can add so many things. Like make your own Yoda. Make your own you. When you don't have to use the other person's thingy-majiggies. You can have your own bad boy. Alright, let's go back. We were busy doing stuff, right?
Sino's name really does work wonders. You're not even a little worried that we might have made it all up?
Despite having just met you, I can sense that you're the serious type. Between you,
He's
the
always so
Traveler, and
serious.
Sino, none of you strike me as the type that would conspire
I
to
feel like
deceive
spending
me.
time with him would be super
You don't need to tell
exhausting.
me anything you don't want to. I'll also get straight to the point. The
This might be what I
Harbinger you
use until I
mentioned
find...
came to me because he
Ah,
wanted to
very
take the scholar
nice. Yeah,
Hypatia away
and
with
because it's an alpha, I feel like they're just going to keep adding more to it.
Hypatia? Why would he want her?
And what do you mean by take away? Is he planning to leave Sumeru?
I still like my Viroid one.
Yes.
So I'm
He told
gonna
me
switch
his return
between
to
this one and the
Snezhnaya is
Viroid one. Ian, Tenari, and JP Tenari are vastly different.
You're leaving this place soon?
Yeah, the English one is
Indeed.
like tiring
Otherwise, we
as
could have
fuck
perhaps
to talk
talked a little
to.
more. I was just about to set out when I remembered something important. To that end, I made a final trip to Pardis.
Fuck this guy!
Let me ask, have you been taking care of a scholar by the name of Hypatia?
Hey,
Your
Hassan!
sources are accurate.
What are you
No
spamming?
doubt because you recruited many informants.
Hey!
But you're right.
Why is the
Hypatia
alert
has
not
indeed
going
been
off?
receiving treatment from
He ended this time?
Forgive me for asking, but how's the treatment coming along?
Why didn't it play the song?
Given the way you're asking,
It's because he's
I assume you
spamming.
have something to say.
This is
Since
spam, I'm
you
gonna block
asked, I'll be
you.
frank. I would like to take Hypatia to Snezhnaya.
It's incredibly difficult to transfer a patient. As a scholar yourself, shouldn't you at least be aware of this?
Hasana,
I can't
banana!
believe your utter lack of faith in me, to the point of even questioning my general level of knowledge.
I hate this guy so
How
much. I hope he falls in a very deep
Well,
fucking
you're the
hole
only
and
one who's
his
ever made such a
puny little
request.
arms are too
I
weak
have
to
my ways
pull
of
himself
keeping her
out.
safe during the journey. In addition,
Double
I can
raid
also
easy world
promise that
record. Yeah,
under
but it
my
didn't play the
care,
alerts for
Hypatia
some
will
reason. I
receive
don't
the
know
most
why.
advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise her treatment and see to her recovery. Would that be agreeable?
No, it would not be agreeable. This
Hypatia
guy's a
was
piece of
born in
shit.
Sumeru and remains a scholar of the academia.
Twitch
Her
is
situation
broken.
has not become
Possible.
dire enough to necessitate her transfer to another nation. Transporting her to Snezhnaya is risky, and the potential benefits are unknown. As the person currently responsible for her treatment, I cannot
Tell
possibly
him.
sign off on this transfer.
Tell him, Tai Tai.
Your suggestion is rude and
Reckless. I'll pass. Tell him.
I don't know much about the doctor, but after talking with him, I realized that, just like many other scholars, he possesses an aura of arrogance that I've come to
Yeah,
detest.
fuck that guy. Piece
It's
of
not
shit.
so much that he's looking down
All
on
the
others,
fatter you
but
can
more
suck
that
an
he's
egg.
so
Well,
confident in himself and his abilities, to a point of near insanity.
tell him to get
I
good.
would
Yeah.
never refer a patient to someone like him.
Fucking Doctor got a skill issue in life. In arms. He's got a skill issue in arms. Can't even carry a great sword. Anyway, GG's Hassan. There's characters that I like. Like, I really like Toddy, obviously. My boy. And, can't handle a claymore, has to use a clayless. Yes, 100%. I like Toddy and Marionette. I love Marionette. She looks so cute, and she's got a big robot buddy. Like, I love that for her. I don't like Senora. She can suck an egg. She can suck several eggs, in fact, but she's Ash, so she can't.
I prepared myself for a protracted battle of wits, and was really surprised to see him just give up on the topic. Still, his reaction really concerned me.
Sorry, Krazzy. Are we talking about miraculous? Yoda, what?
I see, I see. Of course, your opinion makes perfect sense. You're still young, but
Yoda, what?
already quite stubborn. I must say,
Are you
not
talking
like what
about
I had
Miraculous Ladybug?
Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't just let you off the hook like this. But unfortunately, I'm in a hurry today. What with her most
Sorry,
noble majesty,
Grazi.
the Tsaritsa,
I
calling for our
irritated a
return.
girl when I was in
Luckily, there is still some
in
time
school
left for me to take care of everything before I
because I
It's
kept
just as
saying
the Academia
Ladybird,
said,
and
you're
she
a
was like,
responsible and
"No,
gifted
it's a
scholar.
bug. It's called
Sadly,
Ladybug."
even with
And I
all
was
of
like,
that, you're still lacking.
"It's still
a bit
called a
of
ladybird, though."
And that's also why
And
people
she got
like you
so
can
mad
never
at me
realize that
because I
sooner
was
or
adamant.
later,
I was like, "Ah, that's a
everyone
ladybird."
must pay the price for
And
what
she's like,
they've
"No, but it's a
learned."
bug. It's not a bird." Oh, Marionette. Yeah, that's the main character. I have watched Miraculous Ladybug. That's not what we were talking about, though. I was talking about one of the Fatui. I don't remember her name now. It's the small girl with the big robots. One of her names is Marionette.
Perhaps
You know,
I'm
like a
nothing but
puppet.
talking rock in his eyes.
Because she controls
He never came
dolls
off as
and
malicious,
robots and stuff.
but an
You
utter
know,
lack
like
of compassion
marionettes.
permeated throughout
Yeah,
our
that one.
conversation. From his tone, I can sense that he's always looked down on others.
It says this guy. I can sense that he always looks out. Tonari is like in English. He's like so condescending, and he's so tiring to talk to. I don't know. I find it quite difficult
The
to
situation will be in our favor.
like the English
I don't
one.
think I missed any details. Frankly speaking, I don't want you to do anything too risky. Now that you know a little more, it should be easier
Maria
for you to stay
Marionette
safe.
is a VTuber. Oh, is that a streamer? Are you plugging again in my chat, Crazy? What is this?
Sorry we can't tell you everything. We appreciate that you helped us anyway. I won't forget your kindness.
It's okay. I have an obligation to do so. To be perfectly honest, all of this may have started because of me.
I don't know how you're playing it. It's because of Yoda. He complains every time he
Recently,
watches my
master
stream.
wrote
So,
several letters to me, asking me to
did you
return
see
to
what the
academia
English
and
VA
assist
of
him with his
Tonari called
research.
Paimon? No, I didn't.
Hasn't he already asked you several times before?
Yes, but there's something off about this most recent batch of letters. The handwriting and tone are both familiar, but some details have been omitted. My master will occasionally leave a few dots on the
DM.
back of a letter.
God damn it,
dot
now I have
means
to
that
open
he wrote
Discord
the letter
again.
on a sunny day, and 3 dots stand for a rainy day. This has been a habit of his for many years, but I didn't find any dots in his recent letters. I believe
The nice thing about this
something
VTuber
may have
thing,
happened to him.
y'all can't see when I yawn.
Since you are
My
always
other
at
one,
Gandharvaville,
because this one
you're
only
like me,
opens the mouth
someone
if you
already
talk.
working at the academia to
Or, like, make a
investigate this
noise.
matter, right?
I'd like to ask
So I
you
can
to do
like
that
clap
for me.
my hands and it's
If
gonna
you
look
can
like
keep
my
yourself safe,
my character's talking.
Please withdraw immediately at the first hint of danger.
I can do that, but I have a feeling it won't be that simple. The academia has been working on a big project. I'm not quite sure what it is, but your master might be involved with it. If the higher-ups really are hiding something, then it will be difficult
I
to
feel like I
remove
was saying
myself from the
something and now I've
situation
forgotten what it
once
was.
the investigation starts. If the situation becomes critical, I'll leave the academia. If you don't see me there for an extended period, that's your cue.
All right, we've got a plan. I'll stay at Gandharvaville to support you.
If that scenario comes to pass, you must be extra vigilant. And be wary of any messages or direct requests from the academia.
I must say, I didn't expect a warning like this from the General Mahamatra.
Being loyal to the academia doesn't mean blindly doing whatever the sages say. I know what I'm doing. On that note, aren't you also being quite distrustful of your alma mater?
The academia, yes, but my master is a man of integrity. Even when I was a student, I was worried he'd get in trouble for sticking to his beliefs. I suppose he's lucky to have lasted so long. But in the end, it still caught up to him.
I see. So you noticed something was up with the academia from the very beginning.
This may well be how Sino became involved in all this. In that case,
It's
I
not
must
as
keep my
funny as
promise
you
and help you
remember.
however I can. Also, if you run into Sino again, please help me pass on a message to him. Trust your own senses and experiences. I think this may be something he needs to hear right now.
Okay, we'll find a chance to tell him.
Thanks.
I like how their mouths
Now let's
stop
go
moving
hunt down
while
this
still
carpenter.
talking. Yeah, there's
Oh,
like
by the
a
way, which way did the doctor go when he left Pardis DI?
there's like a specific amount of animation that their mouths have,
Gotcha.
and the budget
Thanks so
runs out
much.
at some point.
We'll be on our way.
So they get like 10 seconds of mouth moving, and then if they speak for longer than that, then oh well, fuck it. Where the fuck is the stove in Samara City? There's one literally by Catherine, like just down the way. I don't know which one you went to. Also, hi, Alvain. Hello.
According to Tainari, the doctor is leaving Sumeru soon. I want to check if the doctor was actually telling the truth. He also said that he'll.
You're by Cat. No, fuck you. You're by Catherine.
What did he mean by that? We need to be extra careful when dealing with a person like him.
You found it? You found the
Just to be
stove?
safe, let's chase him and see what we find.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take that back. You're not by Catherine. Unfuck you.
We'll do it the mercenary way. I'll find leads as we go. All you have to do is just follow me. That Harbinger may have tried to cover his trail, but he still left some traces.
Yeah, because he's a piece of shit.
Or perhaps
and the
he never
stench
even
is
thought about
following him. So, Catherine's here, right? Here's the restaurant, or the tavern. There's a stove right there, right next to the waypoint. So I go to this waypoint for Catherine and the stove, and then I go to this waypoint for the crafting thing, and then depending on if I need anything else, I'll go here. That's the one I go to.
Yep, we're headed in the right direction. The traces are still fresh, but there's no sign of his entourage. Clearly, they're in a hurry.
Your legs are too
It's
long.
Just as I thought.
She looks like Xinyan, but with long hair from this angle. Legs for
We can stop
days.
here. I think I know where the doctor went.
Oh, there's
to the south of here is
mushroom
Port
ball.
Ormos, which seems to be where they're headed.
Port Ormos?
Legs for deer.
That's right. Let's
No,
go
but
to
you
the
gotta
port
say
and
it
have a
like
look for
Dia. She got
ourselves.
legs for Dias. Man, I've yawned 3 times like in the last 10 minutes. This is ridiculous. My bitch ass is tired. But I don't want to go to sleep. It's too fucking early. Oh! Oh!
Find anything you like?
One more! The audacity. You guys don't know when I yawn, tells us. It's because you guys can't see. I have to tell you. I have to keep you in the loop, yeah? How else are you gonna know if I yawn? Does anybody else yawn when they get really, warm?
Scatter! I see everything. Delve into destiny. Committed to memory.
Whee! Are you yawning or panting? Panting? Eh? What do you mean panting? Oh, when I get hot? No, it's yawning. Being too warm puts you into sleepy mode. You yawn in most situations, Yoda. Do you know what I hate? Being in a car. That's the end of the story. But related to what we were just talking about, I hate being in a car because for some reason cars make me really sleepy. Also, why am I collecting things like a peasant? Anyway, cars make me so sleepy. I have no idea why. The minute I'm sitting in someone's car, I just like can't stop yawning and I feel so terrible. Even if they put like the aircon on or they open the window, it's because you're a chippy IRL. Shut up. Now you're being rude. What the fuck? That's your brother? You have a brother, Yoda? Oh my god. Is it a baby Yoda? Because then I'm going to be offended that you're comparing me to an actual baby. Oh my god, you're comparing me to a baby. Shh, unbelievable. I'm being called a chibi and a baby at the same time. Y'all gonna fucking chill. He's Johnny's age. Johnny's a baby! What do you mean, Yoda?
It's a proper farewell ceremony for a Snesh Knight Harbinger.
The Lord Harbinger is leaving. I've still only
Am I
seen him
supposed
once or
to-
twice.
I used to hold a position in her homeland, and
spoke in a very different way from the way he speaks now. Maybe the way people talk in Sumeru has rubbed off on him. It's always like that when you spend.
Am I doing this right?
When he gets back to Snezhnaya, perhaps it will also take him some time to get used to the life there again.
Huh? But, sir, that can't be right.
No, I remembered like it was yesterday, but his expressions and tones are now very different. Also, for some reason, he seems like he's all smiles now.
I feel like this is the wrong...
You must be mistaken. Nobody's supposed to look happy when they're on a business trip.
Did I go the wrong way?
The doctor is on that boat.
Yes, I can see him.
So he told the truth after all. He is actually leaving Sumeru.
He's fucking tall though.
Let's
Your
get
baby
closer and
brother's
find a place
tall.
to hide so we can observe him.
I love that there's a guy like literally staring straight at me. Hide yourself in Wakala Fun Duck. Okay. I don't know what I was supposed to do there, but you know.
We can hide here while we keep an eye
It
on
worked. I was literally like meters away from fucking piece of shit Dottor. Look at this fuck ass. I hate him. There was some unhinged sneaking. Yeah, like I literally just ran in front of everyone and I was like, do not perceive me. This is fine. He
saw us.
Of course he saw us.
Huh? Is he waving at us?
What a fuck.
It's time to say goodbye.
This caramel coated fuck.
Is he the only person on the boat?
You mean there's nobody with
Suck an egg. I agree. He needs to suck an egg. He needs to
are
suck
all
all
the
the eggs.
soldiers we
Oh
saw
my
on the
god,
port
he's
just
drugged
now?
us. We're hallucinating. We're stuck in his what's that thing in Naruto where they Genjutsu? We're stuck in his Genjutsu. It's too late. Oh man. He's waving at somebody behind you. How awkward. You thought he was waving at you. Wow.
301 screamed, where is your hydrate redeem? Go hydrate mo, cause I'm gonna do the same. Now I throw something.
Thank you, Crazy. I just took a big old chug of water. Thank you, thank you. I don't know where my hydrate redeem is, to be fair. Do I not have sound alerts? Because I think it might be in the sound alerts, actually. I may have turned off the other one.
Wait, don't tell me that.
We're stuck in his Genjutsu, I'm telling you. Because I snuck up to the
There's
boat.
still some time left for me to take care of everything before I leave.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
They might be after Hypatia. Let's get back to Party's DI.
It's not in sound alerts?
What do you mean?
I'm afraid that she's seen something that she
Infinite
wasn't supposed to see.
Tsukiyomi.
If I were the
Exactly.
Fatui, I would also try to take her away. And if I couldn't...
Oh no! Are you saying they're going to kill her?
Let's go!
Hypatia! No! Ikimasu! On the way to save the baby. Oh, sorry. Wait, what do you mean spoilers? 4? Well, I'm not running this entire distance. A whole kilometer away.
Party's DI is not a place you Fatui can just show up and do as you please.
I believe we've already made ourselves quite clear.
This guy's
Our superior
mustache.
gave us permission to search for and collect
I would
medicinal
laugh
herbs
right in
Party's
his
DI
face.
for research purposes.
But you've been in Sumeru for some time already. I find it coincidental that you chose to only come here today.
Even the Grand Sage himself may not have the right to question our research, much less an ordinary scholar like yourself. I've done my duty to inform you. Don't make things difficult for yourself.
It would seem that my words have fallen on deaf ears. You can keep trying to deny it, but
I
coming to
can't take
Party's
him
DI
seriously when he
now,
makes jokes about ears.
I'm pretty sure you're
When
not
he says
just looking
anything
for
about
herbs.
ears or hearing things, I'm just like, nope.
With all due respect, your baseless speculations will only lead to unnecessary trouble.
Yaya is so
Well,
good
you
for
only have your
Dendroku. Yeah,
harbinger
really?
to blame.
Do you
He
need
knows
more cube?
nothing about
Do you
keeping a low
need
profile.
help with a cube boss?
I may be staying at
QB?
Party's DI as a scholar.
Q boss?
But that doesn't mean I'm no longer a forest
Q
watcher.
beach?
It
Yeah,
is
I'm calling
still
it Q
my
beach.
duty to protect
Oh,
the peace
NA.
and
Okay, I
safety
can't
of
help
the
you with NA, sorry.
who have contributed so much to Sumeru.
Look at that beautiful bow. I wish I had
Seems
that.
our conversation has hit an impasse.
No one will lay a hand on you, Hypatia. Not on my watch.
Baby, she can't hear you. Who are you talking to?
I'm fine.
These Fatui have really crossed the line. Time to teach them a lesson.
There's no use resisting. Give us Hypatia. Keep dreaming.
Suck an egg. Yeah! Get him! Get him, Nana!
I see everything.
The doctor's orders are absolute.
Yeah? You've been someone's lapdog for so long that you don't know anything else now.
Eat that! Do not be hurting my baby. Look at this fucking nerd trying to hide from me. Ah!
Get with me.
We're not getting anywhere. Traveler, Paimon, please go to Hypatia. We need to make sure they don't try to sneak around and attack from behind.
Got it.
Yoda, you gotta show me what you're doing. Oh, also, you sent me a DM earlier. Hold on.
He's still here. Doesn't look like anyone's broken in.
Have you guys heard his names about... Have you guys seen his memes about Nihida being a baby and the other Archons? Hunting down those who made her cry. Yes, crazy. I love those. Because she is a baby. Nana, I mean, she's 500 years old and her form is different. Hashtag no spoilers. But, like, she is baby. Oh, you sent me... What is this? This better be safe for work, Yoda.
Want to hear my traveler impression?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Shut the fuck up, Paimon!
If I could say that. That sounded just like me. I'll let you just. I will have the.
Just like me.
Well, here, hold on. Let me contact. That's awesome.
You
though.
want to hear my traveler impression?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Shut the fuck up, Paimon!
Shut the fuck up, Paimon!
Yeah, pretty much. The thing is, like, because I play, like, Chinese or Japanese, the Paimon's not so bad. It's just in English that she's insufferable. For realsies, not for play. Anyway, Yoda, you must show me what you're doing. I want to see. Paimon is terrible. Yeah. Her poor VA. No, we don't like the English Paimon VA. We don't like her anyway. It's okay. Yeah. Yoda, when you finish your VTuber, you must show me what he looks like. You glad that they don't have Arabic Paimon? What do you think she would be like, her son? Because the Chinese one is very quiet and calm. The Japanese one is kind of like in between. And the English one is, yeah. She'd be toxic? Oh. Yeah, like Yoda said, the English one is apparently quite problematic. I know she's caused like a lot of drama on Twitter. And she's caused a lot of issues with like fans. But to be fair, not really my business because I don't really play in English. So this is a very rare occasion.
Well, how is she?
How is she?
Oh, that's good.
Oh!
So, you think this is over?
Oh! Balas! It's Balas! If the whole world was shitting on my job, I'd be problematic too. But that's the thing, Jargon. It wasn't just the people were shitting on her. She was starting shit. She was causing shit. It was Balas. There was Balas whispering in my ear.
What? The balladeer is here?
See, they even see Bala. Balas. It's the testicles himself.
I've missed that look of abject horror. You've given me that look every time we meet.
I just want to stick this little puppet in a box and burn it.
But, where is he?
I can hear all of your thoughts, you know.
So was this before he got a wardrobe change?
Don't you remember? I already saw you the first time you came to Party's DI and made contact with Hypatia. I didn't need to do anything. It is her honor to be able to connect her consciousness with me.
You can't make your hair? You can't? I cannot wait to spank the shit out of this dummy. Why specifically you want to spank him? I want to crush him. I want to turn him into ash. He belongs in the box of ashes with Signora.
I know you must be curious. I might as well tell you that I decided to enter Hypatia's consciousness the moment I sensed your touch.
Fuck this guy also.
I wanted to observe you on a fool's errand.
I'm already so tired of memes about his boast. I haven't actually seen anything, so...
My deification is nearly complete. All that's left now are just some final details.
Ooh, baby, you making me
Do you
yawn.
understand? Even if you manage to rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali,
What do you mean if,
impossible for
bitch?
you to defeat a bona fide god like me.
But he said boner! Man's got Ballas in his name and he said that he's a bona fide god.
Is it wise to force that childlike god into a divine battle against
Please be
me?
serious, Scaramouche. I can't.
Scholars consider the god of wisdom to be the sum total of their faith. It's how they can justify reverence for the god as they
Please don't
construct
joke.
But this also shows that humanity's worship of gods
No
is a
choking on Ballas, no
combination of
choking on
blasphemy
boners.
and exaltation. It's truly laughable.
I don't know what you said. As soon as he said boner, I lost all concentration. Down the toilet it went. Where he belongs.
Yeah, I'm in a good mood. Which is why I'm talking to you like
You know,
this.
the one thing that sucks about Scaramouche is that he's not a people, yeah? So you can't just kick him in the nuts because you don't got any. Samosa filling everywhere. Yoda, it's 1 AM and you're eating samosas.
What do you mean?
Sir, please. Be serious. Imagine Yoda with samosas sticking out of his mouth like tiny whale. Oh, that would be cute, actually.
Those words almost make you sound like a friend who actually cares.
Oh my god.
But you're wrong. I'm different from all of
I'm
you.
not like other girls. That's what you sound like, Scara.
I
You
was
little...
born to become a god.
Oh my god.
My entire life up until this point has just been a meaningless routine.
Wanna whip that silver spoon out your ass, homie? Maybe.
Just think
It's okay
about
if you're
sheet of
hungry,
paper.
Yoda. Eat. It's okay. I
By
was just
itself,
teasing you.
It holds no meaning. The content recorded on it is what gives it value.
All I had recorded down before were some painful memories and boring human
Why is it,
feelings.
you know, like born with a silver spoon in your mouth, but like it's up his ass because he's so fucking uptight.
Indeed, to me, the sight of you fools in your futile struggles is far more amusing.
You've never heard that before?
Tell me.
Like someone's got to stick up their ass. It means they're like uptight.
With such zest
But because he's like, oh, I was born to be a god. Obviously, he's got a silver spoon up his ass. Not just a stick. He's got the whole silver spoon up his ass. There's a word for combining phrases like that? Yes, there is. As an English teacher, I should know what it is, but I don't. There is a word. And as soon as someone says it, I'll be like, ah, yes, it's that one. But, yeah.
I'm connected to your consciousness, so I can hear what you're thinking and sense the depth of your determination.
Does he not understand how, like, creeper, incel, stalkerish he sounds right now?
Of your misguided guardian complex. You know nothing about the truth.
Misguided guardian complex? Baby, you got a misguided god complex over here.
Humans are a species that can only find bliss in ignorance.
Oh my god.
Ah, you've seen
Hashtag I'm very smart.
If you were in my position, I think you'd feel the same way. She peered into my consciousness and saw my past. Someone like that is qualified to become my first follower.
Oh my god, wait.
All gods need followers. So Hypatia has been chosen. Her appearance heralds my imminent arrival at the throne of divinity, while her worship shall become my glory.
Nah, bruh, that's kind of weird. Kind of creepy.
You're doubting me again?
Yes, sweet baby Charles. This is not the way.
You'll know what kind of authority you're challenging.
No, I'm gonna whip your ass, boy, and then you'll understand exactly who I'm challenging.
Who wants to hurt my devout follower? The doctor wants to hurt my first follower? How very amusing. Has anyone ever told you that you're not good at
I thought you were laughing there. We were having a moment ago.
The doctor has never known his place. Even now, the puny human thinks himself capable of interfering in the business of the new god. You're still too naive if you think a few words will be enough to convince me to destroy the doctor. But I'm willing to give you a gift, just like my expression of affection towards Hypatia. It is an honor for you to be able
it
to
is an
stand
honor.
here and speak with me. As my listener,
Have you guys seen that video
you will
where,
be rewarded.
like, the owner of a cat shows the daddy cat his kitten, and his first reaction is immediately
Both
to throw
good
up?
things and bad things can be called gifts. After all, gods have never needed to be reasonable.
I would say I want to shove Raiden's sword up his ass, but that would just disrespect to Raiden's sword, definitely. Thunder? Could it be the Balas? The Boner God? That was his name, right?
I couldn't see was the Balladeer? Oh, he sure chatted with you for a while.
Man only has one follower? Embarrassing. Doesn't even know that he needs 50 for affiliate. What an idiot. What a fool. He's talking to me. I have over 1,000. What a fucking noob.
Where is the storm headed? That means anyone outside is in danger. Let's go. Tainari.
Do we get to fight him? Am I fighting the Boner God at 1 AM? Ikimasu! Let's go kick his ass! Whee!
Oh, have the Fatui retreated?
Why does she sound so relaxed now? Was she not stressed a moment ago?
Hey.
Hey. Oh, it was supposed to be hey, 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 hey. And it was like, hey. Hey.
What happened to you?
What was that?
He's hurt.
I'm fine.
Don't move.
Oh yeah, hold
I've
on.
seen eremites get struck by lightning before. You need to rest.
It was a scam. Sorry, Yoda.
And just as things started looking grim, the weather suddenly became extremely strange. Lightning started attacking everyone, almost as if it were alive. Luckily, there were only two of us, and both of us were nimble enough to dodge most of the strikes. There were a lot of us really young, and they were being torn to shreds by the bolts of lightning.
With that,
That's so
all the
weird.
Fatui soldiers were forced to retreat. It's all right. My
That was
only
good.
side
There we go. You basically got refunded, Yoda, because you won the raffle.
unpleasant. Is it?
Ugh.
Hey, didn't I tell you not to move?
Just in case. Let's go to Hypatia's place and talk about things there.
No gamble all. You can do sleuths if you want to, but I think, I don't want people to gamble all. Then all your money's gone. Look, yeah, I'm not a peasant. I don't need to press F.
I see everything.
Instead, I long press another button, so it just wastes more of my time. How do you get up? Is there a Sloopy? There is. No, Dan! No! No Gamba! No Gamba. We already play Guild Wars. We already play Genshin, guys. We don't need to Gamba. Please be serious. For a moment of your life, just be serious. No Gamba. Gamba in the games we play.
Thank goodness she's
Where? Sucks to be you, crazy. Sleuths is scammer.
I understand my condition.
It's literally worst scammer. We've had 2 winners
It's not
ever.
fatal. I'll be all right.
Ugh. The more you understand medicine, the worse of a patient you become.
I know. They always think they can push through the pain.
Oh, he sat down.
Let me rest for a bit. Sorry, traveler. Now you may start.
How rude. You don't play gacha? Wait, Dan, you don't play gacha?
So that's what you were talking to the balladeer about? Oh, Paimon can't believe what he's
I don't think I have gamble on, to be completely honest.
Academia's
I think it's turned on, but it doesn't work for some reason.
How ridiculous.
That
Also, I don't play
sounds,
gacha games. Immediately tries to
ambitious,
gamba.
I guess.
Are you sure you don't play?
Anyway,
Are you sure you don't
this
play
is all
gacha?
way beyond me. As long as I can enjoy every day with a drink in my hand, tasty food in my stomach, and a good night's rest, that's enough. I'll only work when I have to.
Are you getting the new
must be
Poke?
the least
Yoda,
ambitious person who's ever stepped in party steal.
yes.
Don't say that.
Yes, I'm getting a new Pokemon game.
I haven't even thanked you for
It always
that.
comes around like by my
mention it.
birthday. So my birthday's on the 17th of November, yeah? Pokemon comes out on the 18th of November, yeah? So am I playing Pokemon for birthday stream? I'm getting Violet. My boyfriend will get Scarlet. Because he bought both. The Balas Bonagard is the reason why Ilditor is targeting Hypatia. Her conscience is connected to Valdia. She has seen his past. I mean, these are same, but different, you know. Oh, you're also doing Violet? I know a lot of people want to do Scarlet. Like, I saw on Twitter, like, a while ago, people were talking about which game they were going to get, and so many people were saying Scarlet. I was like, why aren't people picking Violet? What's wrong with Violet?
Have you noticed? The balladeer is not happy with the doctor's actions. He thinks the doctor has no
Imagine
right
playing
to consider
Pokemon. Wait,
himself
Jargon,
as
you don't
his
play
equal.
Pokemon?
So, if the
You don't play
doctor was to show up
Pokemon?
again, would the balladeer attack him
Monsters?
like lightning?
Based on what the traveler has said, I think he would.
You don't play Pokemon?
As well as us.
Damn.
In other words,
You did a poll on
successfully
tweet.
completed the stage of
Violet
the
one.
plan.
Oh shit!
The doctor is out of the
That's
picture
mad
now.
shit. Never played the pokes in my life. I played so much when I was younger, but I grew up poor, so like I never had any like Nintendo consoles or anything.
Make sure you
So I
rest
always
up
had
for
to
now.
play on my PC with emulators, but they didn't always work very well, and yeah, I couldn't figure that shit out. But I played and restarted games so often because I would lose saves or things would break and I'd just restart. And then the first Pokemon that I actually like, I owned a console and I was able to play was Pokemon Sword and Shield. So my boyfriend and I both bought, like, we each got one of them. And then, yeah, then we just played together. That was fun. And I haven't played, there's a lot of other Pokemon games on the Switch, but I haven't played them because I play Genshin, so it takes up a lot of my time. You own Sword and Shield? Oh my god, Joggin! The fuck? This breaks my heart, because he only plays Fortnite. Oh. Wait, why are you offended, Yoda? Imagining. Yeah, listen, Crazy, you better go sip some more water. I don't know if you have the capacity to imagine anything right now. Other than the room spinning. So go have a... I'm gonna have a sip of water. You go have a sip of water too.
Okay, that wraps things up for us here at Party's DI. Traveler, it's about
There's
time
my
we
water.
rendezvous with the others at the Grand Bazaar. Let's continue to keep a low profile. You can head
Oh,
there once
offended
you're
from
ready.
jargon. Oh, okay. I thought I said something. I was like, what the fuck did I say? Eh? Is this the crab? That's a good idea. Yeah. Why are you not...
It's lovely and warm. Things are about to start getting lively again.
Aww. Bless her little heart. I have to fucking wait because that's a mechanic that this game has for some reason. Just change the game. Just change the time, I mean. Just change it. Tenari, why are you standing on me? Oh, wait, I have to go somewhere else? Oh. You guys are exhausting. I watched some Pokemon when I was a child but didn't understand anything. People throwing balls and monsters appear. Oh, Hassan, I'm sorry. Japan's creativity knows no bounds. They really do come up with some of the most interesting concepts. I was watching stuff with Ray earlier, and one of the... So it was basically like a night market, like looking at all the food stalls and whatever. And one of the things we saw was like tamagoyaki, which is like egg, yeah? And I can't remember what I said to Ray, but he was like, oh, eggs. And I was like, yes, tamago is eggs. And then I looked at him and I was like Tamagotchi. And he was like, what?
What should I do now?
Because it's an egg. I don't know if you guys had Tamagotchis growing up, but yeah, that was something I did.
Oh, I appreciate the concern, but who are you?
Fuck you, buddy.
Ah, friends of Sino. Well, I suppose it's not a secret or anything. Since you two are
How embarrassing. He doesn't know Traveler.
My name is Nabil. I'm a Matra in the academia. A case involving the smuggling of
Nabil doesn't know me?
attention recently, but
I'm so offended. Someone please go shout at Nabil for not knowing who I am.
You mean the academia is short on Matra?
Where's Nibibbles?
well,
Someone go get
not
him.
exactly. I suppose the main problem is that the case suddenly came up after
Yeah, go
General
fight him, Yoda.
Matra Sino left
Go
to
fight
somewhere.
Nibibbles.
It would be a real headache for us to
Nabil
tackle
means
the
noble
case
guy?
ourselves.
Oh shit!
Given the large scope of the issue, we talked things over internally.
We should tell
and decided
Nibibbles
we
that
should
he's
find
noble.
further assistance from
I wonder if
outside
he
the
knows
Matra.
that.
If you two have some time, would you lend
He's
us your
sleeping?
strength?
What? It's only like 20 past 1. Why would he be asleep? That's so weird.
Yes, large amounts of canned knowledge from unknown origins have been appearing on the market recently. We suspect there's a secret route being used to move the capsules. According to some research, using large amounts of canned knowledge could lead to some serious
His
consequences.
son is in Genshin and Nibbles in Genshin,
Unfortunately, most
but I'm
people
not.
have yet to realize that. Rumors also have it that some particularly
I don't know your
dangerous
name,
canned
Yoda.
knowledge has made its way into the market. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or
But
not, this case calls
I could
for
keep an eye out
urgent
for
action.
NPCs.
According to our current leads, it's highly likely that there are dealers selling canned knowledge.
And her son's not even playing
As we
Genshin.
speak,
You told me your name, but I don't know the spelling.
please help us investigate the area.
You can count on us. Let's go.
I don't know how close the spelling has to be for it to count. Because his son's name is spelled with 1 S or 2. Doesn't matter, apparently. I asked him, like, what's the right one? Alright. Guys, if you haven't been here, if you haven't been in here before, under this bridge, I think it's on that side, there's a chest. One of these sides, I don't remember where exactly. But there's a chest. So make sure you come under here. How do I get out of this place? Ah, okay, okay. I'll remember that, Yoda. I'll keep an eye out for it. I asked my parents about how to tell my name in English. And they said we don't know. So you can choose. You can choose whatever you want. Oh, no, it's this way. What the fuck? Friday spelled backwards without the F. Okay, okay. I'll try and keep that. You chose? Oh, you want the 1S? Okay, I'll remember that. I don't mind either way as long as you're happy. Like, I just wanna write your name correctly. Oh, you had to make a passport, so you chose the 1S? Ah. Whee! Where are we going? This way? You go with Eric? I know you do. I know you do, but... Yeah, I think, the range on this is actually ridiculous. I'm never chasing after fucking flowers again. Fuck that shit. Nana is here! What did I say? Right. Oh, his name was Ham Ham.
How did everything
Hasana
go?
Banana.
Any luck with your missions?
So
Let's report back one by
Hasana
one.
is actually
I'll
the
start
girl
first.
version
We've
of
made the
her
necessary
son's name,
modifications to the
which is my favorite thing.
In addition, the props
But his
required
twin
are
is
also
not
ready.
named Hasana.
I'll go next. The Traveler and I went to Party's DI. The situation was
She has a different name, right?
complicated, but we found Tainari. Unfortunately, he was wounded during a fight.
Who was behind it?
Well, that's the tough part. What should I say, Traveler? The Fatui or the Balladeer?
Oh, really? Oh my god. Okay, that's pretty cool. Sadil. Yeah. My name is pretty boring. The weirdest name you've heard in your life? What? Son, no. Why be mean? Your poor sister.
After some back and forth, we confirmed that the doctor has left Sumeru by boat. He has something urgent to attend to back in
Wait, why is it a
Snezhnaya.
weird name?
So, we've successfully removed the doctor from the picture. Also, Tainari's already resting, so he'll be okay.
Good.
Oh, Tainari also asked us to tell you this message. Trust
You
your
used to
own
bully her?
senses and
Her son. You know that, do you know that?
All right.
Oh wait, let me go find it
I'll
for you.
remember that.
When this
Everything
dialogue's
also
done, I'll
went
go find the
smoothly on
picture
my
for you.
side. The Eremites should have arrived at their destination by now. To avoid alerting the quarry, they will stay there for now.
I can't believe you actually got so many Eremites into Sumeru City.
It's all thanks to Rahman and his brave team.
As it appears to
What?
have been very
Sorry,
effective.
I clicked too soon.
I'm glad to hear it. Well, is that everything? Okay, this meeting is adjourned.
Huh? Wait, you mean that's it?
Well, what else is there to discuss?
Shouldn't you end with some words of encouragement? You know, to fire us up now?
Personally, I'd rather we all go home and get some rest.
I'll hate them. You... Ugh.
Oh, and if you wanted someone to say something to that effect, then I must reiterate that I'm here to strategize and not to lead.
His nickname's
So
Ham
you should
Ham.
find someone more suitable to do that.
But I thought all of you academia big shots were great speakers.
Then I should remind you that I'm the scribe.
I know that.
The least serious nickname that I could think
Scribe
of.
is responsible for recording
A noble
meetings,
eagle
not speaking.
Fine, whatever.
that only hunts.
Well,
that
Sino
only
doesn't seem to be
eats
much
what
of a
he
talker
hunts?
either. I guess that leaves it to my employer.
Employer?
So he's a
Yep.
fussy,
The traveler hired me.
a fussy man, basically.
That's right. So come on, boss. What do you have to say for the team?
Yeah, say something to boost morale. Huh? What are you all doing here?
Nilo?
Oh, it's Nilu! Hey, everyone. I'm not disturbing you, am I?
Not at all.
Oh, she's totally gonna be in on this plan. She's like, rescue my god? Fuck yeah, let's go. I'll dance their faces off.
Group and all your serious faces, you were discussing something important, weren't you? But you also look like you're up to no good. Seems pretty interesting.
Everyone folds their arms.
Welcome, Nilu. Would you like to join us?
Huh? Join you? You mean you also want to discuss something important with me?
Yes. Something very important. Nilu, are there any breaks in your performance schedule in the upcoming days?
Huh? Wait, you're seriously inviting me?
She is so sweet, and she loves. She doesn't know it yet, but she loves Nana,
You are truly the bravest and most
and she's now in
passionate
love
people
with
of
Ham
Sumeru
Ham, so that's cool, I guess.
well, that I've ever met. Oh, right. The Traveler and Paimon are not from Sumeru, but you are awesome as well. That's right.
Shut up, Paimon.
I must admit that I'm a little scared, but I'll try my best for Lesser Lord Kusanali.
They made her so
If I can
unbelievably
somehow use my
beautiful
abilities to help you, then count me in.
Remember,
and so sweet.
believe in yourself.
Such a nice character.
I'll get my friends at the Grand Bazaar to help us tomorrow.
Like,
Just remember not to say too much. Be discreet.
Yep, you got it.
like
All
Amber,
the
right?
preparations are done. Now, can we finally conclude this meeting?
Likeable character. Likeable as hell. Good design. At least Amber's redesign outfit's really good. And then they made her kit like, eh.
So, have you thought of
Unbelievable.
what you'd like to say, boss?
I will hurt anyone who makes her cry? Yes. The illusion of choice once more.
Yep, it's a grand
Yep.
plan and we're all super awesome.
We're all super awesome! She's good on Bloom teams, yeah? Is that it? I've just heard that she's like very at the moment at least restricted in her viability.
A good night's rest before an operation.
Her kit
can be
buffs
the
Bloom.
difference between
She's very
success
specific.
and failure.
Thankfully, I've had
But
my
like
place
not
to
many
myself
people really
recently.
pulled for her apparently.
It's been nice.
Because
and
everyone
quiet.
wanted Nana instead.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh, nothing.
Alright, let's all go home and get a good night's sleep so we can be up early tomorrow. Okay, so I guess that means it's time to say goodnight now.
Which is not bad, but I think it's strange to I think it's strange to restrict a 5-star to that extent. I don't know. Like, I can understand, like, a supporting 4-star character, but for a 5-star? She makes Bloom go boom? Yeah. I guess. But it seems very restrictive for a 5-star character. Wait until 8. The next day. So that's not gonna count. GG's, Hassan. When are you sleeping, Hassan? Don't you need to study tomorrow? You said you're gonna show me something? Oh yeah, thank you. Bloom is the most boring Dendro reaction. But surely you would have it bloom and then something else go off. It's only 2:30. What did you say earlier? Oh, it's because you were teasing your sister. Okay, Hassan, this is for you because you were teasing your sister. That's me smacking you because you teased your sister. That's me smacking you because you teased your sister. They shouldn't have done that to Nila. Alright. The what day?
Oh, Hatham should be waiting for us. Let's go to the academia and find him.
Like, it seems weird that they did that for a 5-star character.
Sleep well?
Because they made her very specific. They kind of locked her in to being second fiddle to someone else.
Fall asleep until the sun was almost up. What about you all, Hatham?
Naturally, I slept just fine. After all, a good rest should be considered part of the plan, since energy is an important resource.
You just want to show off how calm you are.
It's crucial to dissipate any tension before we execute our plan.
The only thing you're doing is being annoying.
Says you.
Anyway, do you need me to go over the game plan again?
Sent you a picture for her son. What? Me? Eh? Tenandayo. Wait, this picture's really good. Joggin had this in his reserves, waiting for the day that it would become useful. Here we go, Hassan. This is for you. Because you were teasing your sister. 10 out of 10 meme.
Our target is Grand Sage Azar's
Yeah, be nice to her.
Everyone in the academia knows that's where the Grand Sage's console is. Only they can operate it. Many restricted commands and operations are executed via that console. I'm sure that console has a way to free Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Nila also does hot dog pose.
What kind of technology could let the sages imprison even a god?
You will one day, yeah. You're gonna get a hell of a smack from me.
That isn't something they could have accomplished with their scholarly talents alone. In the sanctuary of
I'm gonna smack you into the future. I'm gonna smack you so hard, Hassan.
Once used to isolate herself while meditating. 500 years ago, the Grand Sage at the time modified the device so that it can no longer be controlled from the inside. They were effectively trapping one god with the power of another.
So, how are we gonna get to the Grand Sage's office?
Don't forget, today is Nyagarbha Day.
You can't smack me because I'm taller? You think that's gonna stop me?
The sages
Hassan?
academia personnel
That's bold
are
of
busy
you.
loading the latest batch of research developments and legal decrees into knowledge capsules.
Don't you know most
so that they
mamas
can
are
be
shorter
entered
than
into
their
the
kids?
Akasha. All the Darshan's researchers have their noses to the grindstone, and the academia's grounds are flowing with all sorts of people. It's the perfect time for an
Hassan got internet
When
smack.
the Grand Sage leaves his office to supervise the entering process, that's our cue to access the console and free the Dendro Archon. Well, yes. That's just the visible side of our plan, after all. If precedence holds, the academia should have already started preparing for Nyagarbha Day.
Everyone should be in position. All that's left is for us to lead the charge.
Let's go.
So are we just gonna walk in through the front door, or...?
Yes. Were you expecting a stealthier approach?
Paimon can't think of a good comeback. Alright, it's all on Al-Haytham if things go south.
Let's see. Before she pulls a step stool and slaps you. She only has chunkler aimbots? Oh my goodness. That's the best kind of aimbot to have. I'm gonna just be right back. I'll see you guys in a second. I'm just gonna pop an ad as well.
Alrighty. Oh, save, save, save. Ah, beautiful. Don't fuck this up. Ah! Ah!
This is so cute. Yeah, so if I become a VTuber, maybe this needs to be my little character. Oh my goodness, you have to make another now. So to kill them, yeah, probably.
Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My god. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. I can't even explain my way out of that, I'm sorry. Fart bender indeed. It's Jam Jam. Why always that fucking clip, man? Ah! Hassan, please. Why is that the message I come back to? Full screen clips. Wait, what? Oh, did I do the wrong? Oh, I did the wrong one. Oh. Why didn't I pick up the wrong one? Hi guys. Oh, I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. The blue... No, stop saying blue balls, Hassan. Blue balls means something else. Please don't Google it either.
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
Nana's gonna take us for a walk? Oh my god. Please tell me you didn't Google it.
Scribe?
Scribe? Scribe Oni-chan?
Wait, are you Scribe Al-Haytham?
No.
That's me. Is something the matter? I'm in a hurry.
No.
Kyle.
I was just surprised to see
I
you.
called him Kyle.
I had heard that the sages were looking for you not long ago.
Kai taught you
but I
what
didn't know
balls and
what
trees
for.
means. Oh my god. Why?
And, also, please don't bring outside guests into the academia.
Outside guests? How did you arrive at such a
Kyle.
conclusion? Your groundless inference shames the Haravatat Darshan.
Tell him, baby.
What did you say? I'm the top student in Haravatat, and I earned 3rd place at the last Inter-Darshan debate. Don't look down on me.
That wasn't my intention. As your Haravatat senior, I just assumed that you possessed a greater aptitude for critical thinking. Look, based on what you
Fucking
already
roasted,
know,
mate.
the purpose of my return and the reason they're here should be obvious.
Is that so? Wait a moment. Let me think. Don't tell me the answer.
Troll.
The sages search for you. A blonde-haired traveler. Outside guests. So, from the start, the sages weren't looking for you, but this traveler? And you were gone from the academia for so long because...
Hey, shh. Yes, you've proven yourself as the top student in Haravatat. I surmise you've arrived at the correct conclusion.
As I expected. Please, forgive me. I wasn't thinking clearly just now. Thank you for getting me back on track.
Okay.
It's nothing. We'll be on our way then.
Oh, guys,
All right.
I'm hungry.
Thank you for your contributions to the academia, Scribe.
I hope that guy finds himself lost in the desert.
What the heck just happened now? What did he just guess?
I have a craving.
I'm afraid I don't know either.
Have a samosa.
You have no idea?
Mm-hmm.
I actually have a craving
Truth he came up with.
for
That
for
is
beans.
the so-called pride of a scholar. If someone questions their academic facilities, they will instantly feign
It's
understanding.
nearly
to
2
keep up
a.m. It's nearly
appearances.
time for beans.
Nowadays, the academia is rampant with this type of scholar. Their obvious farces of intellect only serve to highlight themselves as fools.
So there are special ways to deal
It's
with
Bean o'clock.
We don't even need to make up our own excuses.
Specifically Sampan
We
beans.
shouldn't
Oh
waste
my
any more
god.
time. It would be problematic.
I don't know
if we missed our
why.
window
For
of
some
opportunity.
reason.
Let's go.
That's just what I was thinking about. I was like, if I could eat something right now, I would want it to be Sampan beans. Yeah, not like sampan. Close. Samp and beans. I don't know why that's the thing that my brain was like, ah yes, this is a thing that people eat at 2 a.m. Carbs on carbs, why not? That helped not at all. Okay, hold on. When I can pause, I'll...
Is this the academia's library?
I don't know if you'll be able to... It's a South African thing.
Indeed. Known as the House of Dana, it is quite possibly the most extensive special collections library in
Could eat
Tibet.
anything right now. It'll be a bacon burger from Burger King. Yeah? I don't think I've ever tried that.
Is it really okay just to waltz right in?
The academia marches to a fast beat, especially since it's Nyagarbaha Day. They're all occupied with their own matters. Just act natural. Now, hurry along.
Did you say Nagarbahar Day? Oh my goodness. Some of these words are really hard to read.
What's this platform for?
It's a lift that academia personnel use to access higher floors.
Are we gonna take it then? The Grand Sage's office is up there somewhere.
Glad the internet is like the ingredients of samp beans. And I'm like,
No,
yeah, motherfucker, I don't know what samp is. I don't even know what
can't
samp
guarantee
is.
that
I'm
we
not gonna
won't
lie, I
run into
have
the
no
Great
idea.
Sage. Let's step back and observe for now.
Yeah, I have no idea what to tell you. jargon. I don't know what it is either, but it's something I ate when I was a kid.
The Grand Sage will exit from there?
Bacon.
And
Bacon
after
burger.
he does, we'd sneak past him? Oh, Paimon thinks that's
You
really
want trauma,
dangerous.
son?
Who knows?
Could you go
However,
get trauma now
we
if
can
you
confirm
wanted?
Azar's current location. Our operation will be much safer if we...
Allow me to offer you a hint. If
Oh,
you wish
oh,
to know
oh,
his location,
oh.
look behind you.
Busted! Busted a ballas from the Boner God. Well, this guy looks like a twat.
Grand Sages are doing here?
It's the old man. It's 2 a.m. There are no restaurants.
Do not tell me you believed the academia.
Samp is Samp? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Crazy. What is Samp? How do you explain what Samp is? Punch him in the face. I wanna.
Informed me of your whereabouts.
It's the old man that Jodo wanted to assault.
Great sage. I didn't expect you to care so much about
Don't worry,
me.
I want to assault him as well.
Flattered. I'm sure. But compared to you, I am far more interested in these two unexpected.
I couldn't be less interested in you, old man. I just want to kick your ass and move on with my life. Corn prepared in a weird way. What makes it weird?
I do apologize for my lack of decorum.
Pounded and chopped until broken, but not as finely ground as mealy meal. Yeah. During the pounding stamping process. It's kind of like if corn didn't have the like the skin on the outside. It's like the soft fleshy bit on the inside. So you bypass that that horror, you know, of when you eat corn the next day. If you eat Samp, you don't have that same issue. If you know what I'm saying. Wink wonk.
Excellent. You immediately initiated discussion instead of attempting to prepare some perfunctory excuse. You clearly understand the situation at hand and have no intention of making a reckless stand. The foot traffic here renders this place unsuitable for discussion. Please, follow me to my office.
Ah! Is that popcorn without the stuff that gets stuck in your teeth? Exactly, Crazy.
This place is crawling with guards.
Gourds.
There's no way out for us.
Like the vegetable? Gourds?
All right then, traveler. What did you wish to discuss with me? Today is Niagarbaha Day, so I still have many responsibilities to attend to. There is little time for idle chit-chat.
Please punch him. You bet your ass I'm gonna try.
You seem to know quite a bit about our endeavors.
Why did she say it like that?
If
Gourds.
then you should be praising our great work, rather than using your trivial misgivings in a futile attempt to sway me.
Trivial?
Then tell me, what do the Fatui want from me? Worthless. Those are all completely worthless. Benefits, divine power.
Oh, Yoda.
These materialistic words do nothing but debase our great work. Creating a god. Yes, we are using human wisdom to create a god.
I hate this guy so much.
If
What a piece of
humanity cannot
actual
attain
shit.
omniscience and omnipotence, then
Actually,
we
no.
shall
He's
create a
below
god to
shit.
reveal them.
He's not even
This
worthy of
is the
exiting
pinnacle
someone's
of human
butthole.
wisdom. We shall regain a god's guidance at long last. No longer will we flounder in the interminable void of consciousness and knowledge. Even Irminsul will be freed from its plight. For our nation of scholars, this is the ultimate aspiration. No cost is too great to realize it. You will never understand the rapture of having a god be born within your very hands. With your degree of knowledge, you cannot even comprehend such an emotion.
Gods exist on a plane that far eclipses
Sorry, Ray was bringing me
humanity's.
tea.
Lesser Lord Kusanali. What can she even do?
Whip your ass! That's what she gonna do, old man! She gonna whip your ass! Shut the fuck up! I hate this guy.
Fabricate
Sorry.
silly fairy tales. These are but child's play for the academia. Does that make us equal to the gods?
Oh, shut up.
We are a people favored by Greater Lord Rukadevata. Though I may have personally not seen it, our forefathers bore witness to true wisdom. The ascension of the Lesser Lord has brought nothing but bewilderment to the scholars. They all ask, is that truly what true wisdom is supposed to look like? With that in mind, it is better to keep her isolated in the
This guy can
sanctuary
suck
of
a dick.
Surasthana.
No, he doesn't deserve
so
to
our
even suck a
academy
dick.
will not become embroiled in turmoil.
He needs to suck on dirt. Just stick his head in the sand. That's all he deserves, is to eat dirt.
As per your judgment, Grand Sage, they are indeed dangerous
You
individuals.
hate academics, you had a lot of issues with these people
Not
in
only
university.
are
Oh
they
yeah, I
acting
can
against
imagine.
the academia, but their ideologies have the potential to lead scholars astray.
How about you use a
Looks
dick
like there
as a
really
straw
was
to
merit
suck
in
a
my
fart out of
assignment.
Ham's ass? Yes. I just want to know whose dick is going to be stuck up Ham's ass in order to suck the
brought
fart
them to
out.
the
I'm just
academia as
asking
ordered,
for
but
a
it took some
friend
time and trouble.
who's... What is your ship jargon?
That reminds me.
What is... I need to know
Here's
the ship.
investigation report you had requested. It's a summary of my time spent with the Traveler, an array of information about her ready for your perusal.
You would like to know? Yeah. Who do you ship with Ham? We finally started to trust you. Oh, shut up, Paimon. God, never stops this one, hey?
Excellent. Detailed contents with no errors. I would expect nothing less than an
It's not my
immaculate
fantasy.
report
It's your
from a
ship.
scribe.
That's why I'm asking. It's your ship,
As
sir.
it is Neogarbah Day, I'll enter the information on you into the Akasha. Surely you know what that means.
I just have one more reason to kick your ass.
With the Akasha's calculation prowess, all of your actions will be predicted with an accuracy of at least 98%.
Oh my god, I hate this guy.
Furthermore, your data will be updated in real time whenever new information presents
Surely
itself.
he's just doing a Hamboni trap here, Yoda.
Wherever you go, you will be walking under an invisible leash. This is Sumeru's greatest penalty for dishonest persons. Are you not familiar with the concept that great responsibility begets an equally great suspicion?
Ugh.
In any case, you are Sumeru's most concerning external variable. Locking you down will greatly decrease the chance of any undesirable outcomes coming to pass.
You're despicable!
Oh, shut up, Paimon. God.
Perhaps from your perspective, but I suppose you had mentally prepared yourselves for this, no? Your ploy was to sacrifice the Traveler here, was it not?
Lord Azar, I know what you're trying to say, but I've been following your plan this entire time. Why are you doubting me at this juncture?
Must I delineate your entire plan? First off, I received an eyewitness report that you were spotted with the Traveler at Caravan Ribat. However, you immediately departed for the desert and escaped surveillance range. Judging by the time, you all likely encountered the truant General Mahamatra in the desert. Am I correct?
Maybe Paimon shouldn't have mentioned Sino just now.
The Academia had not received correspondence from its scribe for a prolonged time. You were also in the company of the Traveler, a close associate of Lesser Lord Kusanali and General Mahamatra Sino, who had defected from the Academia. With their instigation, what was the probability that you would betray the Academia? Rationally speaking, 50%? 70%? What do you think?
Regardless, that's only a guess. The facts are that I've brought the Traveler right before you, and I gave you my report.
Indeed, your boldness deserves praise. To think that despite status as
Same
an
Yoda.
outlaw,
I'm like sitting here
the
like,
Traveler
what?
is still willing to sacrifice for the sake of your plan. If I'm correct, you have a contingency plan to save Lesser Lord Kusanali and ruin our great work.
There's a theory.
Sneak into the Academia on Nia Garbaha Day, using Alhaitham's status as the scribe. For there is a good chance that an opportunity to save the Lesser Lord will arise. Should your intentions be discovered, Alhaitham will turn traitor and sacrifice the Traveler, thus proving his innocence. He can then stay inside the Academia and continue searching for a way to proceed forward.
Wait, spoilers, you haven't played this yet, Yoda?
According to the Akasha's calculations, he will soon return to the Academia and confront me in person. I suppose this is also a part of your plan?
You'll see me as a traitor regardless of what I say, no? Even if you impugn
Wait, what
me,
spoilers?
it would have little effect on you all.
You misunderstand. Losing our scribe would irreparably damage the Academia's regular operations and the development of Sumeru's future academic systems. However, under the current circumstances, even that is trivial compared to what
Sorry,
we stand
Yoda.
to gain from our great work.
See, this is
You
why I gotta
said that
play
I
in
betrayed the
Japanese, so you can't
Academia,
hear any of
but
it.
you, Azar, you've betrayed all of Sumeru, betrayed its Archon.
So flight has turned to fight at long last.
Guards! I just watch this and then I get to skip when I play. Yeah, that's why I'm never sure if I should. Oh. 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 Ham. It's Morbid time!
So you stole that divine knowledge capsule.
Traitor! You traitor!
Even the most rational scholar will yearn for the power of a god in a moment of desperation. Aren't you doing the exact same thing as me, Alhaitham? Unfortunately for you, no god will lend you their power.
Azar!
Whoa!
He has gone completely insane.
But has he? Has he gone insane? Oh, okay. Well,
Take him to the Matra and exile him to
this
Aru
was
village.
all very disappointing.
Then find someone to take these two to the confinement room. I'll deal with them later.
Grand Sage, we've finished all required preparations for Nyargarbaha Day. We may begin to enter the capsule.
Yeah?
Excellent. You may begin.
Gonna confine my foot in your ass. Okay, that's kind of a weird kink you have there, but okay. Thanks for sharing it with the chat. Oh shit! I knew it! I knew it! They's in cahoots! And Nilo wasn't part of the initial scritchy scratchings, you know? Shut up, Paimon. Goddamn. Yeah, that's enough. Shut the fuck up, Paimon.
Paimon got a bit carried away there.
How is Paimon's acting? Fucking terrible. Nilo about to blow shit up. Let's go!
We made it into confinement, and Alhaitham's probably done with his part too. We even managed to trick Grand Sage.
We should write a strongly worded email to MiHoYo and say to them that Paimon's voice triggers PTSD in us or something, so like they should allow us to mute her.
Right. Paimon thinks it went something like this.
Just let the game run without Paimon audio files.
Apart from that, we still have yet another goal in the first stage of our operation, which is to send the Traveler to the confinement room.
Why do we want to get her locked up
She's always been
Was
the
that a
person
good
the
Paimon
sages
impression?
are most afraid of, as well as the greatest obstacle to the successful implementation of their plan. They are very aware of the risk she poses to them. Once the traveler is imprisoned, the sages will likely think that everything is under control. And with their guard down, the next phase of our plan will have a much higher chance of success.
I can already see the pompous looks on their faces.
Oh, that's a super tricky plan. But Paimon still thinks it's not really worth it.
That isn't the only reason, of course. She has a more important task once she's in confinement. According to the Academia scholars in Ramon's custody,
That said
Lesser
he,
Lord
not
Kusanali
she.
has sealed off her consciousness in the Akasha ever since she was captured by the Doctor. That way, they can't pry any more information from her. Even if we break into the sanctuary of Surasthana, it will take time to awaken Lesser Lord Kusanali's consciousness. We need to do that in advance.
So our job is to wake up Nahida! Okay, totally worth getting thrown in jail for.
The confinement room is inside the Academia, close to the sanctuary of Surasthana. It's a completely enclosed space, and you won't be receiving any visitors. I'll work with Ramon's scholars to make some modifications to your Akasha terminal. Once you're in, get as close as you can to Lesser Lord Kusanali and try to connect to her consciousness. However, as for whether she'll actually wake up, that will depend on our luck.
Oh, no wonder
Your
you've
chat
been wearing
broke?
your Akasha terminal today. It's the one that Alhaitham modified. Paimon thought they'd take our Akasha terminals when they locked us up in here.
Nya.
Were they being careless? Alright, so what now? Sounds easy enough. We can finally talk with Nahida after all this time. Let's do it. There's a light flashing on your Akasha terminal. It's almost like... the faster it blinks, the better the signal.
Oh?
Here? No signal again. Is it getting jammed?
This is weirdly overgrown.
Here? No signal again. Is it getting jammed? Is it getting jammed?
Oh, shit. I have no idea what I'm supposed to...
Whoa, it's Mora!
What?
Ooh, Mora! No, Paimon, we're not here to hunt for treasure.
It was flashing so brightly just now, and now it stopped. frog dragon is easy with Kokomi. Yeah, that's why I usually tell you to bring Kokomi. I think she is pretty good because it's just the constant heals. Wow! Whoa!
Eh? Is this the right spot? Are you getting anything?
Nana! No, this face. Sleepy Nana. Uppy uppy.
Nahida!
Oh!
Hey, Nahida! When did it first start? Oh, right. It started from the moment I was born.
Oh my god.
I want to become a worthy Archon. So I've kept studying. Kept listening to my people and their hearts. Kept looking for a way to save Irminsul.
Go, Yoda, get out of here.
So I can catch up. Catch up to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But I'm stuck in the sanctuary of Sarasthana.
No worries, Yoda.
The sages are creating a god to replace me. And I'm forced to lock my consciousness in this boundless darkness. Nahida!
I just don't understand why they couldn't have voice acted these, like, internal monologues. No worries, Krazzy.
Nahida! It's so quiet here.
Chunkin. That's true.
Now that I think of it, I don't think I've ever actually listened to my own inner voice. Do Archons have them?
Nahida means big fat butt. And Kusanali?
Should Archons have them?
Does that mean anything?
Have I been doing the right thing? Am I really not needed? How do I really feel about all of this?
Kusanali.
It's so quiet here. Since you're the god of wisdom, you've known the answers to all these questions since the very beginning, haven't you? Who are you? Whose voice
Fucking massive spoiler incoming, just warning. If you don't want to know what's happening.
You're right, though.
Oh, do we not see, maybe?
I won't ignore my own voice anymore.
Yo!
Nahida! Narita? Did you wake me up? Thank you. Why are you here? We're here to rescue you. Are you alright? I'm fine. It's just...
I wonder if Kai's Traveler will will say Nadia.
that's happened to me. I feel really angry now. You should have been angry ages ago. Huh? Oh, you're back! How's everything? That's wonderful news! Great! We weren't
It's fine, her son. Don't worry about it.
When you went to wake up Nahida, Paimon was listening for any sounds outside. You were out for a long time. There are fewer and fewer scholars going about now.
I don't know, Yoda.
With their Nyagarbaha day stuff?
Nyagarbaha?
Yep, so that means our next act is...
Man, I want to go to bed.
Sure about this? You're taking such a great risk for them.
I'm sure, and I'm going. You know that I don't like to pass up any opportunity
Oh.
to dance, and this one is especially important.
Yoda can't hear me, so don't tell him, but he's a good
I
bean.
have a lot of trust in them, so I won't say more on the subject. But if anything happens, the few of us here may not be able to help you.
Don't worry, they've been through worse.
All right. You know, if you really do get arrested, we'll do everything we can to get you back. Be careful, even if it's only for our sakes.
Thanks, Mr. Zubair. You're so very kind.
Okay, I think that might be where I end off. And since it's weekend, I don't think I'll be streaming the rest of the story. So I would recommend, if y'all play Genshin, go check out the story. Oh, this is a trial for Nilo. What's up with not giving Hydro characters a charge attack when they use their skill? I'm in a special... Oh, I can't leave. Ah, I hate it here. When did you get Nilo?
Better stick to the plan.
Guess I'm staying for a little bit longer than I wanted to.
Positions.
That's not the wrong one. Ah, is it this way? Hey? Is it up this way? I hate it here. I'm so lost. Back to lurking. Sorry, Yoda. I thought I was gonna head off, but apparently I'm not allowed to.
Nilu, how...
Definitely more than usual. But it's because I'm worried I won't dance well enough.
It's okay. Just focus on your performance.
You sure know how to talk. Taking all the credit, even though we came here together to help out.
Well, thank you both. I'll have to treat you to a meal after all this ends. I really, really appreciate all of your help.
Ooh, that sounds great. Huh. How can we say no
This
to
guy's
that?
weird.
All right, let's get back to business. Nilu, we'll be here to keep people from going to the academia so they don't interrupt your performance.
I was planning on telling them something like, the Academia's been conducting a weird experiment, and some of their test subjects escaped. It's really dangerous there, so stay away.
Oh, you couldn't think of anything better? Oh well, I guess it does sound like something the academia would do.
I think it sounds great. I'm counting on you guys.
Don't worry, it'll be a piece of cake.
Alrighty then. Nilo subsinites. The shrimpiest of shrimps. I like how they put her there, looking very majestic on well, I guess the ramp. Oh, goodness.
Hey, Nilu. Sorry, it's great to
Hey,
see
it's
you,
this
but
guy.
I'm really busy right now. Our bait people away with Yalda Candy's plan is working beautifully. Do you want some candy? We have more than we can give out.
Vihar, thank you so much for doing all of this. And even dressed up as the Knight of Flowers, no less. I'll pass on the candy, though. I cut back on sweets in the period leading up to a performance, and I'm about to start one.
You have a point. The stage is cleared and everything's ready, so you can start your performance at any time.
Yeah, thanks to you. I'm really grateful. All right, time to hit the stage.
You're welcome. The honor's all mine, since I'll have such a great view of the show.
Okay. That's not a weird thing to say at all.
I've never seen a performance like this. This is incredible.
Yeah, but I heard that public performances
Does she even wear socks?
have been banned. I can't believe she's doing this here.
Grand Sage, there's some commotion outside.
Huh. How uninteresting. Issue the new Prohibition Act from the Akasha to the guards. They'll know what to do. Do you think we should, like, stop her?
Let's just watch for a little bit longer.
Okay. What do you mean door of resurrection? Oh my god, am I stuck?
Did you hear that? It sounds like a lot of guards just ran by. Does this mean the plan has moved on to the next stage? Yep. It's come to think of it. When did Alhaitham replace the knowledge capsule that was about to be entered into the Akasha?
Wait, the traveler died. What?
Oh, so that's when he did it! Paimon was too nervous to notice.
The cutscene gave me a fright.
Didn't Alhaitham also yoink the divine knowledge capsule from that mercenary leader in Port Ormuz?
Wait, Yoda! What is this bully?
It's a time-tested trick of his. Why are we complimenting him? Yeah, he's smart and all, but he still makes Paimon's blood boil.
Actually, since Yoda... Oh, wait. I don't know if Yoda can hear me. I don't want to say anything. I was going to be like, since Yoda's not here... I'll not say nothing, because I don't know if he can hear me or not.
Remembers that Nilu's task was supposed to go a bit like this.
Now that Lesser Lord Kusanali's consciousness has been forcefully sealed,
The core figures of the academia and their guards have started to wear their Akasha terminals again. With the doctor's technological support, they think they have nothing to fear.
How despicable of them to rely on such a person.
But this is also our chance. I was originally asked to draft the knowledge capsule for the Artistic Performances Prohibition Act when I was still at the academia. It should be on the Grand Sage's desk right now.
Okay, maybe Yoda can't hear me.
During the next Nyagarbah.
But, you know, there's that theory floating around that Al-Haitham is supposed to be the reincarnation of the Scarlet King, and I'm just like, I'm all in for that theory.
We only need to find an opportunity to switch the capsules.
That's why when Yoda said he didn't like him, I was like,
if someone were to be seen
listen, I might not be interested in him as a character.
Would definitely use that opportunity to announce.
Would that make you like him more? No.
So, the misleading information will be disseminated amongst the guards.
No. It fits in nicely, yeah, because I don't know if you remember the really early leaks, like information about Al-Haitham was that he was supposed to be Nahida's right-hand man, yeah? So doesn't that make sense?
One question. Even if we manage to get
because the Scarlet King and the Dendro Archon worked together.
Used to relying on the Akasha become less.
Where's Baiju? Fuck, I don't know who the fuck knows. In this story, nobody knows. Me, I don't know. He's not in the story. He's from Liyue. Liyue character.
The Akasha will turn humans.
Very much Sumeru outfit.
I've seen it happen.
Plus Dendro, but he's Liyue.
Yikes. The thing I didn't wear it for long when I was working in Sumeru City. At first, I thought it was a good thing too.
Jargon, look what you've done. Go fix that.
By the way, this plan still requires a performer, right?
Do you have someone in mind?
I can't believe you've done that.
Zubair Theater. I know her really well. We can trust her.
Ah!
I'm kinda hesitant to ask her to
Not the time, Yaku.
But we can ask her in person.
Alright. After the guards in the academia are gone.
If ever there were a poor time to do that, it was now. Can someone just ban Yaku, please? Lifetime ban. Goodbye.
Here they come. Did you see that, Raman? They came out from the academia in droves.
After laying low in the city for so long, this is the moment we've been waiting for.
Where?
My brothers have already sprung into action.
How dare you?
Do anything to them inside their coop, but outside the academia, this is our hunting ground.
A lioness like you, the prey sure won't be able to run far.
Woo! Getting steamy in here.
We still need to eliminate the guards as soon
Is it because she got cat ears?
If we give the sages enough time to realize what's happening, the plan's doomed.
Can't even be in steerers. Steerers? I was gonna say steerers stream. Kira's stream? Oh man. I was actually thinking of throwing you guys off at Kira. Because, yeah, I saw they're also playing Genshin.
Following those blasted sages every whim, throwing away all the principles of being a mercenary. As someone in the same profession, I'm obligated to teach you a good lesson today.
Indeed. The trap has been set. All we need to do is lead them there.
Alright, let's each take a road and herd.
Poor Yoda, having absolutely no context
Make sure to attract
has
their
to be like one of the worst things.
You gave such an important task to that child. Will he be okay?
It'll be fine. Isak was so determined to help, so let's put our faith in him. Besides, even if he's caught, the guards would be too scared to do anything to him. They've never seen Lesser Lord Kusanali in person, after all.
You've got a point. Anyway, I think I see them coming. Let's head out.
Good luck.
Yeah. My sleepy brain.
This outfit.
Oh my god, is that budget, Nahida?
Hey, do you remember what you need to do, Isak? When the guards get here, you'll pretend to be Lesser Lord Kusanali and run away from them.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Of course I do.
Walmart
I'm just,
Nahida.
a little nervous.
I've been seeing memes of this kid.
Relax. Don't think about getting caught. Even if that happens, we won't leave you behind. You only need to think about getting the guards' attention and leading them to the Grand Bazaar. Leave the rest to us.
Okay, got it. I'm here to
Guy
pay
who
back
laughs a lot.
Lesser Lord
Oh, that's kind of
Kusanali
nice.
for helping Grandpa. I won't get cold feet.
Hey, they're here. I can see the Academia guards.
All right, it's time, Isak. Take a deep breath and go. You can do this.
Oh, I thought I was controlling him for a second. I was like in panic mode there. We can just control the camera for whatever reason.
Why is there a guard over there? Did he already run ahead of me? This is different from our plan. But there's no time. I need to make a choice.
Huh? Did I just... I'd better go have a look.
Oh.
Are my eyes playing tricks on me? I should go check to see if someone's hiding over there. There seems to be nothing here. Just to be...
Good thing they didn't find me. That was close.
Imagine hiding in the field. Yeah, I'm like stuck. I've been trying to finish up for a while now, but it's like, no, you will play this game. Or you will lose all of your progress. Academia Guard means academia. Wow, thanks, Susan. I don't know what I would do without you and your translations.
Where should I go?
The target suspected to be Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped into the Grand Bazaar.
What did I click? I actually have no idea. Did I do it right? Please don't make me do it again.
Where did she go? How did she disappear? Did we lose her? Hurry up and find her!
Hey, why is your team here? Didn't we say to split up our search?
Hurry! Hurry! This place is... Why are you all here?
Yeah, isn't it one heck of a coincidence? Everybody's here.
What about
on earth is
ramen?
going on?
Hassan?
I suppose that's all of you? Who are you? Did you set us up?
Does his name mean noodles?
Phew, that was rough. I
Fucking
almost
no.
got caught.
Little brat? So you're not actually Lesser Lord Kus...
Just some colleagues. Think of this as a business competition, or a personal grudge. After stepping into our trap, stop thinking of yourselves as
Merciful?
hunters.
Okay.
Behave like the prey
Merciful
you
noodles,
are.
so not the spicy ones then. This guy's trying too hard. Ambush and a bacon tree? Oh no!
But mercenaries from the desert somehow ambushed us!
You've spent all your time hiding away in the academia. This place has long since become our hunting ground. Brace yourselves!
Give me peace. And by peace, I mean let me go to bed. It is 2:30 in the morning. I've been stuck here for 20 minutes. He's got the character select stance down. He does.
The academia has quieted down after the conclusion of the Niagarbaha Day ceremonies, but it's much quieter than usual. Where are the guards? Why have I not seen a single one?
Guards? Guards!
Grand Sage, how may I be of assistance?
I called for the guards. Why did you come?
Does
My
a Tsar mean
apologies,
giant piece
Grand
of
Sage.
shit? I think so.
Right now, all Academia guards have entered the city to perform the ordered arrest. I thought you knew.
Arrest? Who is there to arrest? I have an ominous feeling.
Arrest Lesser Lord Kusanali, right? Is that not what the order was?
Lesser Lord Kusanali? You mean she has disappeared?
Yes. I wouldn't dare make up something like that. Right now, everyone is in a panic, and many are saying that Lesser Lord Kusanali will take revenge on us.
What happened? Just what is going on? Lesser Lord Kusanali somehow escaped? That's impossible. The Academia is heavily guarded today, and any order to release Lesser Lord Kusanali would be strictly confidential. Besides, Alhaitham and the Traveler are already in our hands. What manner of trickery did they employ? How could Lesser Lord Kusanali disappear into thin air? Disappear? Wait.
It means fire. Do you know what? That makes a lot of sense because they're threatening my little cabbage.
It
So
was issued by the Akasha earlier today.
fire
Only
burns
you have the authority to
plants.
send messages like that, so
He has
I
no
thought it
right
was
to
your
rule
order.
Sumeru. He doesn't belong here. Stick him in the ground. That's how you put a fire out. At least one of the ways. Smother him.
Here. Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped from the sanctuary of Surasthana. Go to the city and arrest the escapee immediately. The Akasha
And some kind of thing
contains
women wear.
and it clearly appeared in my mind. How did they bypass my permissions to issue this kind of message? Was it the report about the Traveler that Alhaitham submitted? No. I specifically checked that knowledge capsule before entering it into the Akasha. Could that have been a red herring? Well, even if I figure it out now, it won't make any difference. The important thing now is to confirm Lesser Lord Kusanali's status. Have you been to the sanctuary of Surasthana to confirm that Lesser Lord Kusanali
He'll never be on a woman. It's so true.
No. It may be a bit offensive to say this, but how can the information in the Akasha be inaccurate? If we have to confirm the information and knowledge from the Akasha ourselves, then how is that any different from us learning that information ourselves? Wouldn't Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's legacy lose its meaning that way?
In the beginning, it was I who asked you to believe in the Akasha, to believe in the legacy left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Are you trying to use my words against me?
No, Grand Sage. I'm merely confused because I believe in you.
Poor
I never meant
Yoda
to
just
refute
reading the chat like, what the fuck is going on?
Stay here and see if there are any suspicious people around. I'll go to the sanctuary of Surasthana on my own.
Yes, Grand Sage.
Oh my god, I'm literally stuck here.
Kusanali has escaped from the sanctuary of Surasthana. Go to the... How can that be? Stop thinking about it. Stop. It must be a trick of theirs.
Yeah, he's a giant.
Personally
Just
confirm it.
you probably learned about the anus, right, Hassan? He's a giant one. He's a giant, living, breathing, walking anus.
There must be something wrong with my eyes.
What a comical sight, Azar.
Can't see the stream and only see the chats. Oh my god.
Once the
Poor
Akasha
Yoda.
has put certain thoughts into your head,
I said it, but I
even
said a
the
lot of
Grand
other stuff as
Sage
well.
Can no longer see what's right in front of him. You all can only see the world in your mind, the one you think you know. And precisely because of this, you disregarded Lesser Lord Kusanali's
I'm never gonna
existence.
forget what that quote is about, I hope.
Sino. The Akasha predicted that you would return to the Academia to confront me.
No, you were blinded. Your faults stem from your reliance on the Akasha. You're still the same as always.
I truly did not expect a proud person like you to cooperate with Alhaitham and the Traveler.
People change, Azar. Admit it. The Akasha can't predict my actions anymore.
Then tell me, what have you found during your investigation?
Quotes archive is
You
20
want to
quotes
buy
behind.
time?
I think that's fine. That's not a
This
lot.
is the sanctuary
Considering
of
how many I have.
Surasthana. Under your own regulations, Even Academia staff are forbidden to come here. As for the investigation, I've at least confirmed that you are guilty of insurgency against the Archon. A serious crime.
So what? Did you do all of this so I would plead guilty in front of you, General Mahamatra?
This guy's actual
No.
garbage.
I want you to plead guilty in front of the Archon herself. You once said that I had no standing to judge you. So now, how about judgment in the name of a god?
Get him, puppy! Okay, that sounded weird. Like P-U-P-P-Y, not P-A-P-I. Am I stuck now? Can I? Oh my god, I want to die. I'm so tired. Let me go. Thank you for the head pats. I want to get out of here. God damn, I've been stuck here for like half an hour now.
Hopefully something bad didn't happen. Yeah, but
It is insane. I'm stuck. I want to go to bed. Do I just leave my computer on?
thinking about it, at least Paimon has you. We could
And I'll just come back tomorrow sometime.
When Paimon thinks of Nahida being imprisoned alone in the sanctuary of Surasthana, Paimon can't help but feel sorry.
I literally haven't had a break. I'm just left clicking for hours.
Here comes your savior.
Girlfriend material.
Paimon just knew you would come to rescue us.
You two really owe me some big thanks. I had to search through who knows how many guards to find the key.
Golly, why didn't you just bash
Felt
the gate
even
open?
more
What the?
tiring than whacking them. I'm exhausted.
Same, girly. I'm exhausted too. I want to go to bed.
No,
What?
that's, I'll pass.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
What are you afraid of? Oh, are you ticklish?
This is
Now
weird.
isn't the time to talk about being ticklish. Things in the city and on Sino's side are
Fucking
both going well.
Paimon doesn't
The guards
have.
who
She
stormed
has
out of
no
the
concept of
academia were all
timing.
taken care of.
Read the
The
fucking
Corps of
room,
30 is in
Paimon.
charge of the city's defenses, but we already talked
Busy
to
making
Osbound.
moves on Dea
They've been
here.
fed up with the sages bossing them around. As long as it doesn't break their employment contracts, they'll turn a blind eye.
That's probably because you've been super great friends with them for a long time. So, how's Sino doing?
The Grand Sage is in his custody. Even I know how terrible it is to fall into Sino's hands, so he probably does too. Sino forced him to release Lesser Lord Kusanali. He has no choice but to obey. So, hurry to the sanctuary of Surasthana. Assuming nothing weird happened,
Oh my god,
we should have
release
already
me.
rescued our Archon.
Release me from this hell.
Honestly, I didn't expect our ragtag bunch to do this well. We just came together last minute to save the Archon, you know? Alright, you two better go. I still have to
I do
clean
want to
up some
go. Thank
messes in the
you.
city.
Thank you for your
See you
permission.
around.
Okay, bye. Please release me from this. If it doesn't let me out, oh? Oh. Oh, I can breathe. Okay, guys. We're fucking off out of here. It is especially doo-doo's time for me. And by doo-doo, I mean sleep, not poo. So, just wanted to make note of that. Yes, her son. Yes, almost 6 hours. Did not mean to stream this long. Seifu! Seifu. Let's see. Why? There's a lot of people streaming tonight. Goddamn. Hey, Odite got Kusanali. Alright, I need to bedge too, Hassan. I'm just looking for someone to wade. Let's see. Yeah, thanks guys. It was a very good evening. It was nice to chill with y'all after a bit of a long week, a tiring week. Let's see. I think I'm gonna throw you guys this week with butts on butts on butts. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so let me just set up the raid. I'm gonna do a raid and run though. So I'm not gonna stay very long. But we are gonna go to Kira. We haven't seen them in a long time. Yeah, but they... Did I do it wrong? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good, we got it. Alright, thank you guys. Have a lovely, lovely evening, a lovely weekend as well. I don't think I'll be streaming this weekend. But yeah, please do take care of yourselves. Get some rest. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Peace, sweeties! Hope you're doing well. But yes, everyone, please take care. I will see you when I see you, probably next week sometime. Because it is so late, I'm not going to stay for the raid. But do grab that raid message. If anyone's still awake and or alive, you can tell Kira that I have especially gone to bed. Because it is almost 3 AM and I am very sleepy. Alright. Krasy, you're still awake. Go drink water. Go drink water, Kraz. Get out of here. Get out. Alright, guys. Be good. Take care. Have a good weekend. I will see you when I see you. Bye.